Kia ora, and welcome to the second day of the 73rd International Communication Association Conference, Pacific Regional Hub 2023, hosted by Center for Culture-Centered Approach to Research and Evaluation, Massey University, Aotearoa, New Zealand, on centering indigeneity methodologies of decolonization. Like day one, day two promises to be exciting with an excellent lineup of speakers. And we would like to begin with part A, uh, which runs from 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. And I would like to welcome Arama Rata, who would be taking over.
Oh, thank you, Decolina. It's lovely to be here from the Pacific Hub, broadcasting out to the world for this ICA conference. It's also nice to be in this beautiful part of the world, the Manawatu, known for its heart-stopping beauty. I've had my first coffee from Palmerston North this morning. They put 4 shots in it, so that's counterbalancing the heart-stopping beauty of the region with my heart promoting coffee this morning. So this morning we've got these 2 sessions. I'll be introducing myself because I'm the first speaker along with my colleague here, Nabilah, and we'll be speaking about WERO's Takarangi framework. I did have a bit of a sense, there's a saying about you don't take coal to Newcastle or something like that, this old saying, and I kind of feel a little bit like that, bringing our Takarangi framework here to CARE, because I've been learning about CARE's own cultural centered approach. So that's been like a lovely learning experience for Nabilah and I to learn about the work that you do. We're part of a research project that's outside of this institute, though, so we had to develop a framework for ourselves, and that's what we'll be taking you through today. Ko wai maua, ko Arama hau, he uri tēnei no Maniapoto, no Taranaki, no Narue Hine Huki.
Ko Nabilah, Husna, tōku ingoa. I'm originally from Singapore. I'm Malay and Tamil, and I came here to Aotearoa in 2020.
Yep, and this is the work that we're presenting today, comes out of our project called WERO, which in Te Reo Māori, the native language here, means to challenge. And this project is that stands for Working to End Racial Oppression. So this is a really big MB Endeavour funded project. It's 5 years in duration, interdisciplinary, multi-method, and we're looking at the social and economic costs of racism, systems that produce and reproduce racism, and transformative responses for opposing racism. And our team comprises over 30 researchers, including Nabilah. There's 4 different work streams, and we sit within the whanaungatanga, or relating across racial difference theme. There's 17 individual projects, and actually even more if you count the different PhD and master's students that we've kind of welcomed on board, and this piece of work for the Takarangi. And we're working towards the horizon of decolonization and racial justice in Aotearoa.
So I'll just dive right into what the presentation for today, for the next 20 or so minutes, will be about. So we'll essentially be summarizing the Takarangi framework that WERO had developed specifically for large research programs. There is very little research and scholarship on developing methodological coherence in large research programs, even though the nature of such programs is growing within academia. So this model just offers this Takarangi framework just offers one model to fill that void and start to fill that void. And it comes from the starting point that it's really critical for researchers working towards similar goals to cohere in terms of how they know what they know, so epistemologically, especially in research that does what WERO does, which is work with aims that are emancipatory and decolonial. So we also must bear in mind that that even though all researchers who are working collectively with these goals in mind, they all approach it from different positionalities, disciplinary backgrounds, and also knowledge systems that they're all immersed in. So the framework we offer today is in recognition of these differences, not as barriers, but points of inquiry that we can explore in critical knowledge production, I think. Yeah. So first of all, there's huge benefits to conducting research within larger research programs rather than within siloed disciplines or even solo research work. There's a lot of potential to have huge impact, particularly with the strength of diversity of team members within it. And also decolonial theories recognize how knowledge production itself is this relational process. So drawing on one another's expertise and relationships has a lot of potential to, and I quote here from Hoffman, reconnect research with real world problems, which are equally complex and multi-layered. So it is also with a recognition that the modern academy has a genealogy of violence. And I think Linda Tahiwai-Smith said it quite perfectly in her opening of her very seminal book, Decolonizing Methodologies, that research is a dirty word for lots of indigenous communities and minoritized and oppressed groups. So we can see how it's still entangled in colonial processes of division and elimination and land theft and dispossession. And these are the histories that end up currently shaping how knowledge is found and created within Western dominated academic approaches. So it's very important to confront this, particularly given how the kind of research approaches and research fields that we care about tend to be neglected or underfunded strategically. So these are anti-oppressive, anti-racist, decolonial research. So we must then start to consider how we do that research and weave in like ethical processes within our own knowledge production amongst ourselves as researchers working within large programs. So these include like questions that are broad, like how researchers know what they know, what their value systems are, what to them is the nature of reality, and how do their positionalities affect and sculpt these starting points. So I will now let Arama share a little bit more about how the WERO research framework was developed.
Thank you. That was such a brilliant summary of why we need this type of framework for large programs of research. And I would love to say that we had planned to do this at the outset of our work, but actually we created this framework because we needed it. So it became immediately obvious at our first retreat that we were very different in terms of our disciplinary backgrounds and our previous knowledge and even definitions of the core concepts that we were attempting to investigate. And so it was actually, we were very fortunate to have Tina Ngata, who I believe is no stranger to this institute, present at our first retreat. And she, in that very loving but hard to hear sometimes auntie way, challenged us to work on some kind of roadmap or framework to hold all of these projects together. So the way that we approached that, let's see, we knew that our project fundamentally was about decolonization and ending racial oppression, so we could agree on that kind of horizon. But we needed to have, to make sure that these goals were jointly agreed and understood across all team members. We needed to ensure that we had some epistemological starting points, so those, definitions of key terms and kind of foundational documents were pretty key. And that we had values that we could always fall back on whenever any challenges, so not only to guide us, but also to help us to resolve any tension or conflict when any issues might arise. So we began by we've got those 4 work streams. So in our work streams, we went and we collected values. What should the values be that underpin our research? And as we began, as you can see, this is my boss, Associate Professor Waikari Moana Waitoki, starting to work with those different individual ideas that we'd gathered from the team, the work streams, and try to organize them into some coherent framework. And as we did that, we realized that although we'd only asked for values, what we were seeing was that some of them could be best described as values, while others could be best described as research ethics. So that began forcing us into the framework that we eventually adopted to hold everything together. What we also needed was a non-linear framework, because some of the projects had actually already started while others had not. So we needed something, it's never ideal to be having to retrofit a framework like this to research projects that have already begun, but that was a situation that we were in. So we really wanted something that was non-linear and dynamic, so that it could kind of be applied at any stage. Well, hopefully at the beginning, but even for those researchers who are a few months into their research. And this was the framework that we developed. Actually, as we were here's Moana in my living room, there was a tefa behind us, and that tefa had a Takarangi carved into it. So Moana drew on that she saw that, she was like, oh yes, this is our framework. So the Takarangi is a double spiral pattern. You can see it spiraling both inward and outward at the same time, and it's prominent in Māori carving. The different layers, that spiraling inward and outwards is representing how the different layers of the framework kind of are interrelated. And although it's hard to see in the diagram there, the different layers are positioning, ontology, axiology, epistemology, and research goals, kind of moving from those things that are kind of seen as a little bit more core to the individual and out to what, the horizon that we're working towards. And then at the bottom, there are some other labels which kind of take you through the different steps that you might go through in your research process. So your design, data collection, community engagement to begin with, and design, data collection, interpretation, dissemination, and transformative action. So all of those layers interact with each other. So, for example, your research goals might determine what your values might need to be, what values you might need to take into consideration with that particular piece of work. And then, but then also your values are going to influence what research goals you want to work towards. So everything needs to kind of respond to one another. And what we'll be doing today is kind of taking you through how we introduced this to our team as well. So how we developed it, which I've just done, and then how we introduced this to our team. So we had our second retreat was coming up at this point, where we sent out an individual self-paced learning module for people to work through on their own. This was quite key because we were coming from different starting points, and many of us have had to think about these types of concerns. Words like epistemology are not known to all researchers. Yeah. Some people are able to just operate, say, in a positivist framework where they never actually interrogate any of the assumptions underpinning their research. So this enabled people the time that they may need to kind of be introduced to those concepts and to really think through how that affected them and their research. While for those in the team who were very experienced with thinking about these terms, they could work through that quite quickly on their own. It was also quite key to do this as like a individual kind of process, because some of the questions were quite challenging that we posed to people. As you'll see, as we're going to take you through a lot of the examples that we used. And what we tried to do is explain things in very, very simple terms. We drew a lot on Chalice's Indigenous Methodologies text, which is obviously, if you've read it, you'll know that it's a really useful text. So we tried to use kind of her, in the way that she does in her text, to describe things very, very simply, but then to pose questions which really prompt deep thinking, so that they could do that deep thinking on their own without us kind of telling them what to think about these things. And these prompts were around trying to encourage the researchers to consider their own worldview and positionality in research.
Yeah. So so this next section will just take you through briefly what each of those layers ended up looking like in terms of the individual self-paced learning exercise that we got team members to do. So as Arama mentioned, we drew from Bagel Chalisa. So she identified 3 Western research paradigms: positivist, interpretive, transformative, along with indigenous research paradigms. So some descriptions of each of these paradigms were offered, and researchers were asked what they've tended to use in their own research, and other questions to prompt self-reflection. So these included questions relating to racism and colonialism. So for example, questions like, does your research consider the impacts of imperialism, colonialism or racial capitalism. So this is obviously based on WERO's research goals, but these inquiries can also be adapted to ask about any other forms of oppression.
For positioning, we ask these types of questions. What racial ethnic groups do you belong to? How salient are these identities? How do you feel about being a member of these groups?
And for ontology, we basically were referring to the body of knowledge or particular theory relating to the nature of being. So these are some of the questions.
Yeah, questions like, according to my view, what are the origins of the universe?
Yeah.
Do I have a soul that is distinct to my mind and body? Like quite, for some people, quite like confronting questions, I suppose, but useful to actually spend time thinking about before you then try to engage across culture and kind of mediate the difference between different ideas. Axiology, which is a body of knowledge or particular theory relating to values. So we ask people list 3 of your own personal values, list 3 of your cultural values. And for people who have been raised in a dominant cultural group, sometimes this is actually really hard for them to identify what their cultural values are. So we had this prompt where it was like, if it's difficult for you to identify your cultural values, tell us what universal values are. And then they usually end up giving you what actually could be described as cultural values. And we asked them to identify the values of your research institution. And, you know, this was met with a lot of sniggers when we talked about it as a group. I have here the crest of the University of Waikato, and it's called Te Tangata, which is about, you know, the human, the person being the most important. And somebody kind of suggested that it's ko te putea, you know, that money is the only value that these institutions have. Are you able to identify whether your own cultural or individual values align with your research institutions?
We also asked questions of ethics, so referring to just the body of knowledge that relates to the moral principles or the particular set of principles for good behavior that team members relate to. So these included questions on practices of accountability. So what are university ethics processes designed to do, and whether there's preferred practices that team members have that don't necessarily align with the constraints of the institution, which, as Arama mentioned, is neoliberal and capitalist. Yeah.
Epistemology, which is a body of knowledge or theory relating to knowledge. So what counts as knowledge? How do you know that knowledge can be verified? What existing knowledge do you draw upon in your research? Trying to actually get people to identify that, oh yes, my starting point is always peer-reviewed academic journals.
Yeah. And finally, for this individual self-paced model or exercise, all of this reflection allows researchers to consider the impact their worldview and positionality has on their research goals. So this included questions like what changes and transformations they want to see in society, and whether their research, whether they feel their research kind of reproduces the status quo, and if so, who benefits from it. So not everyone would have gone through this form of self-inquiry, so it was important to get people on the same page in thinking about those things.
So once we had given people the opportunity to do that, we then had our second research team retreat. So this was us gathering in Kirikiriroa for that. And at this point, we got people to kind of work through the Takarangi as a group. We reflected on those experiences people had with the individual self-paced learning module. And then we went through a workshop taking people through the layers of the Takarangi again, but this time specifically in relation to their WERO research.
Yeah. So firstly, with positioning, we asked questions on power relationships between them and their research participants, and who they think they've made visible and invisible in their research decisions.
We talked about ontologies as well. And as we did so, we also provide an example provided here. So, sorry, I just want to point out that that is a picture of the tefa tefa, the carving on the tefa tefa that we used to inspire us to create the Takarangi. But yes, so we provided at this point in the training an example of what that looks like. So how do particular worldviews shape thinking, and therefore, you know, values and ethics and action. So it's not important for the purpose of today's presentation to take you through these, but this was just an example we provided, and we invited teams to think through the different groups involved with their research and to produce documents like this that described aspects of a worldview that was important when engaging with different communities.
Yeah, so following that, the questions that we asked them were with the recognition that for research that aims to be decolonizing and anti-racist, we must begin by affirming indigenous and racialized groups' ontology. So this doesn't mean that every researcher or team member involved needs to have and own these philosophies themselves, but it means respecting and affirming them as they come across it, to avoid the academic imperialism that is so rampant in academia. So this presumed superiority of Western ways of knowing and being.
So now I'll present the derived values, so the different, I guess, themes that we extracted from from that mess of different sticky notes that we had there. Mana atua, the value placed on spirituality. Mana tangata, the inherent value of all people. These are really, again, they're not important for what we're presenting today, which is just really how you go about creating this. But these were the ones that we extracted for our project. So we have mana atua, mana tangata. Oh, mana atua was quite an interesting one also, because this was one that people struggled with. We had to play with the wording a little bit, because I think we began with the value of spirituality, and for some team members, they couldn't connect with that. So the best that we could do for our project was a value placed on spirituality. So like, I might not place any value on spirituality. A researcher in the team might say, I don't place any value on spirituality, but I can value that it's valued. You know what I mean? Like, I can respect the value that is placed on that, and operate in good faith on that basis. Mana tangata, the inherent value of all people. Taonga tuku iho, the value of ancestral languages and knowledges. The value of balance, equity, and justice. Mana orite. So this is quite similar to the concept of but it's taking into account collective rights and shared power between groups. Because, a lot of and again, like a lot of what you come up with is because of what you come up against in this way. So because of this kind of very Western individualized rights focus that we tend to have here, now we have to kind of incorporate this acknowledgement of collective rights. And then va, which is a moana concept, not of this particular place, but of this region, which is the value of relationality.
Yeah, so all that essentially encourages self-reflection among team members in relation to their own personal ontologies and how much alignment there is with WERO values with their own axiology. So this included questions on what ways has my past research related to stated or unstated values, so thinking retroactively about the kind of research that they've been involved in the past as well.
These were our derived ethics. And you can kind of see how your worldview and your values kind of feed into your ethics as well. So Rata, humility, manaaki, that's strength-based approaches, tiakina, protection. We deal with some communities who face a lot of hate. Utu, reciprocity. Utu, that's quite we were quite excited about that concept because it's a very powerful concept. Pono, integrity, and I have a picture there of Tondua, who's one of our team members who, I remember he was the one who was like, we've got to have pono in there, which is like truth and integrity. And then pukinga, and this was brave thinking and kind of thought leadership, I suppose, or just that kind of being able to be like really accurate and critical and sometimes unpopular in your view. So again, I'm quite excited about that particular concept that we come up with for our program.
Yeah, so all this basically prompts team members to do some deep thinking around their own research ethics in relation to WERO's work. So as you can see, this includes questions on the protection of participants involved in research, and where they've come across violations of these ethics and how to ensure that these ethics are upheld in the future and under WERO's projects.
When it came to epistemology, the way that we designed something specific for WERO was to outline some charter documents, some core texts that we could all uphold in our work and use as kind of touchstones, I suppose. So for this part of the world, He Whakaputanga o Te Rangatiratanga o New Tirini, the Declaration of Independence in 1835 was one of those, Te Tiriti Waitangi, 1840, which is our Treaty of Waitangi, but the Te Tiriti text is different from the treaty text, so we're very clear that we're talking about Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the United Nations Declaration, Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And as well as that, there were lots of different kind of suggested texts as well that because we didn't want to overload people with core documents, so we started to include some others as recommended texts. And I think I'm going to, after visiting here, I think we're going to have to add the culture-centered approach that I've learned about since I've been here, because I'm often asked, if what is a research approach that's like kaupapa Māori, but designed for other communities in Aotearoa, and now I have something to offer. So thank you very much.
Yeah. So unlike the earlier workshop exercises for this, which had previously required team members to work as individuals or small groups to address these same questions, this part of the workshop, each group was given different charter documents or recommended texts, and they were asked to answer a question relating to that text. So these included questions on their understanding of terminologies like rangatiratanga and honoring te tiriti in research, matike mai, and articles in UNDRIP. So this essentially does what earlier in the slides we mentioned, helping researchers kind of connect their research to real world struggles and land-based and place-based decolonial justice as well.
I should also mention that we also kind of had a shared definition of racism that we included in this part as well. So lots of people draw on particular authors that they really vibe with when it comes to this work. So, people like Ruth Wilson Gilmore is one, Frantz Fanon or Gross Fugel's kind of definition that he draws on Fanon for, and others. So what we did is we kind of said, you're able to draw on those different definitions in your work, but we had kind of one phrase or one explanation of racism that we used across the project that everybody could agree with, and it was basically saying that where there is evidence of racial disparity, that is evidence of racism. You don't have to find a smoking gun of someone who's intentionally trying to do something discriminatory. Research goals. Now, this is really, I guess, in a lot of ways what we were trying to move towards, which is this key question: how does your WERO research work to end racial oppression? Because a lot of research out there is not very connected to its goals. So this is what we wanted all of our team members to be able to answer this question really, really clearly and easily. What political projects does your work relate to? Another question that I just think is key in all research. And if you can't answer that question, I'm like, well, so what about your research? That's my own view. What outputs or actions could be built into your research project? And we gave people ideas here as well, in case they weren't used to doing this in their research. So media engagement, submissions, petitions, policy briefs, toolkits, open letters, directly sharing findings with communities or particular campaigns. And how will you know that your research has been successful? And then this question: how does your WERO research work towards decolonisation?
Yeah. So following all that, the Takarangi implementation template was designed. So this basically helps researchers apply what they had already learned, all this reflexivity and self-inquiry and group inquiry to be built into the processes of research design. So it, like we mentioned, ensures this methodological coherence across process and identifying needs for support as well. So we also asked that one implementation template be completed for each of the 17 projects within 6 months of the retreat. So for example, under stakeholder engagement, they were asked to outline the relationships they intend to have or build with racialized communities, the public sector or other community and advocacy groups, and they were also asked to describe the ways in which they engage with these groups and how they'll be given opportunities to give feedback on the research. So it's not just one way.
Yeah, and importantly as well, what support do you need to do that? Because people are at different levels. So we wanted to, build that into our process. We were asking them to tell us what support that they might need and then respond accordingly. And then we had, so that's kind of on the project level. We also had the question of how we would implement this across the whole program. So we met with, WERO has a kahui of advisors that we can draw on, and Linda Smith is one of those advisors. So we met with Linda, and she kind of gave us some suggestions. So this was, some of the suggestions that we developed there. So we need our Takarangi to be like the center of everything that we do. We were urged to quickly write a manuscript. So that was actually the point at which we enlisted Nabilah's help to take what we had written about, to take this manuscript that we had written, but then to situate it within the literature that was already available, particularly when it came to research approaches for large programs of research. And we found that there really wasn't much there to draw on. So we developed that manuscript that's been submitted now. And also to then do case studies further along in the WERO program, where we're kind of having like concrete examples of how that, not concrete, sorry, real world examples of how this has been applied in research. Protocols about communication and publishing, so that that's clear. Just basically having a shared way in which we all talk about our program of research. The implementation template that Nabilah just presented on, and then making Takarangi like just a standing agenda item for whether that's like the leadership team's regular meeting or each work stream's regular meeting, to do workshops on its implementation regularly with the team as well. So when we meet, we can discuss a particular issue. So it could be something like, I'm going into my community, I'm going to be administering a survey. Like, how do I ensure that this survey is in line with the Takarangi? So then the smaller group can kind of workshop on that, and that way increases everybody's capability in ways that are still useful for them beyond their work together on the WERO program. And then just ensuring that as we bring new people into the team, that they have training in the Takarangi as well.
Yeah. So to conclude our presentation, basically this is a model that appreciates different aspects of research approaches that underpin the work we do at WERO, while still ensuring that there's coherence across the project. So there has to be this shared understanding and firm platform to work towards the organizational goals that we have. And especially in conflict, which is inevitable, this model can prove really useful to help us appreciate, again, what is valuable to our team members and our commitments as an organization. So we try in different ways to kind of massage this framework into how we do research and how we know what we know. And of course, it is adaptable for other institutes according to their own commitments, goals, and their own cultures as well.
Thank you. So, as we know, there are a lot of research frameworks out there. Sometimes it feels like, oh, why do we need another research framework? But we hoped to design something here that was quite flexible and adaptable, that other teams could work with, and other institutes and other large research programs, so that hopefully that this can be helpful for other large teams as well. So I know we've gone over time, but thank you very much for your attention, and we'll open it up for questions if there are any. And I might have one for you all if no one's going to ask us a question, which is, so you have your culture-centered approach, right? Do you feel as though that approach could, for our WERO team members, do you think that the culture-centered approach could be something that we could use in conjunction with our Takarangi framework?
I'm sorry, I missed it because I came late.
No worries.
But I think from what our conversation yesterday,
Mhm.
from what I gathered, I think we have very parallels or similarities between the two methodological framework. So, yeah, why not?
I have another question for you. Since you're exploring this further, what's next for this framework? What's next? In what ways do you see this evolving? In what ways do you see this serving the purposes for which it was built?
Yeah, that's really key, isn't it? So as I mentioned, it kind of arose as a response to a need. So we had kind of been working our way through it. Like we developed it and we're like, oh, what's next? Okay, we teach about it. Okay, we've taught the team how to use it. Okay, now we need to like evaluate how they use it. So we are kind of finding our way through in many ways. But as we mentioned, we want to keep training people to build their capability with it. We want to regularly receive feedback from the team and how they're going about implementing it. We want to work with people to come up with case studies. So, we could go to a particular researcher and their little team and do some interviews with them around how they've found it, and maybe even get someone outside of myself, outside of those who we're very key in its development, to be the ones to ask those types of questions, and where they think that it could be strengthened, and to have it respond in some ways to those challenges that might come up along the way. So that's as far as we can see, I guess, at the moment, is just evaluating it to see if it's useful. But we have already had two other, one research institute and another large interdisciplinary international research project have already asked us about can we use this, and can you train us on how to use it? So we're really keen to do that work. This is my plug. If anyone wants Takarangi training, then we'd be really happy to. We just really want to share this with people if it's going to be useful. Yeah. Thank you. Any further questions?
So we have Mohan Rata linking in from Toronto here.
Hi, Mohan.
Kia so lovely to be in this space. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I really enjoyed the presentation, and first just wanted to comment upon what I found so inspiring and beautiful, and maybe get to your question a little bit about the synergies, because I think there are tremendous synergies between the frameworks. So what really appealed to me about the overarching framework that we have proposed here and that we have worked through are really three things. One is in terms of the ways in which you decenter the continues to reproduce settler colonial. I think that we are at a juncture of decolonizing work, and I go back to what Graham says in his sort of meta summary of decolonizing work, is that how so much of it is starting to get co-opted within white colonial structures, because whiteness has a way to co-opt. And here, even sitting at the conference, I'm really struck by how terms like Global South, indigeneity, decolonization are being co-opted, such that you have entire panels on decolonization being done by white scholars, right? With one token brown person in it. But also beyond that, I'm really concerned about the ways in which Black, brown, indigenous peoples are co-opted to play particular identities within this structure to uphold the colonial capitalist infrastructure, all in the name of giving a nod to identity. So within that context, I think what is really powerful in this framework is the transformative register it offers in inviting us to decenter the role of the researcher in that process, And I think that there is a lot of potential there in terms of the conversation with CCA, particularly in terms of this active invitation to decenter how we as people of privilege, with various marginalized identities, come to inhabit and mobilize through these particular identities in order to be mobile within settler colonial structures, right? So I think the kind of invitation you provide is a direct invitation to centering anti-racism, which also calls for, which was my second point, an active habit of cultivating courage and placing your body on the line and doing the kind of risk taking, right? So that we don't become the kind of palatable scholars that the structures love, because, we are the palatable ones, right? Just the right kind of brown, black people that, are like the topping on the cake of the infrastructure of whiteness, So, I think your centering of anti-racism in that kind of way makes it quite radical, and the potential of this being radical, which sort of brings me to my third point and a question I had for you, which is something, we negotiate with at CARE quite a bit, which is that acknowledging that the university itself is a white supremacist structure, right? As universities are, or as institutions are, how do we sustain habits of radicalism and radical resistance, especially when the script of funding structures are such that they want to remove the radicalism and reduce us to culturalism, where you can talk about particular values, I think about how Mataranga Maori is incorporated into various applications that you see. And, it seems like every application will talk about Manakitanga and Aroha in ways that they are co-opted in order to advance this white capitalist structure. So would love to hear how you think about this kind of a research framework offering us the basis for retaining that radical potential.
Oh, thank you so much for your comments. One thing I'll say about before I respond is just that if you've seen this presentation and you've thought, well, obviously, yeah, this framework is not really designed to be like a massively novel contribution. This is supposed to be the kind of thing that we all just go, yeah, that makes sense. It's kind of because it's just common sense. It's just a common sense way of putting together what a lot of people know and are doing already on the ground. Yeah, thank you for those comments. The comments of, I know that I have a friend who teaches at York who told me that they don't have equity, diversity and inclusion workshops anymore. They have decolonization, equity, diversity and inclusion, which is, it's wild, right? It's wild that these kind of state-funded institutions think that they can do decolonizing work. And in fact, Linda Smith was recently presenting at Oxford, and she had Oxford scholars turn to her and ask, how do we decolonize the institution? And she just looked at them, she kind of sniggered and said, what would be left? What would be left? Like maybe close down, right? So I think those are such key concerns. And so having like a really clear, if you're going to be using terms like decolonization, then have a shared understanding of what that means. And it doesn't mean window dressing. And around how we try to include that, even because you have to acknowledge, for us, we're funded by MB, right? We're funded by the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment, and so our outputs that we have to give to MB are not going to include things like holding a rally, or that's not what they view as an output. And so I think what we've tried to do in the framework is to ask people, like, how will you connect with advocacy groups or other groups that are doing work that really pushes the agenda on some of these issues, and will you be making submissions? Will you be doing policy briefs? Just trying to work in ways that actually lead to either decision makers being more informed on these issues, or putting political pressure onto our decision makers from the community, from the grassroots level. And when it comes to not just using these values, co-opting these Māori values and things, I think that's why having those core texts is quite key. So when your core text is Te Tiriti o Waitangi, that means something quite different to like having vague references to the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi or something. Constitutional transformation is another term that is being co-opted at the moment. So we have to be clear that we're talking about constitutional transformation or decolonization as it is expressed in the Mati Ke Mai document, so having those documents that then ground it in particular ways. And decolonization, I think, is another one where you need a clear definition of what that means. That ranges from having a Māori ceremony or something, or a Māori mural painted on your university in response to that university being accused of being racist, just as an example, right through to, Donna Aotearoa's definition of what decolonization means. And then when you mentioned that in relation also to values, so that I think that's why we were so excited that we didn't just have like aroha, manaakitanga as values. We had utsu in there, which for those who are outside of Aotearoa, that means revenge. Well, it's often translated as revenge, but it's about reciprocity as well. So it goes, to like giving someone flowers who gave you flowers, it goes from that to any form of creating a balance in a relationship. And pukenga, again, that's why I was excited about that, because it's about braveness, and I think you were talking about ensuring that the thinking is radical. So that kind of speaks to that. Do you have any other points to make?
Not too much. I just, I appreciate the point that you made about how this framework basically decenters the role of the researcher, because if you, think about the process of getting there, the kind of exercises that were put in place, the individual self-paced learning exercises and the group workshops, it is a lot of self-inquiry and reflexivity and knowing yourself as a researcher again, and essentially countering this naturalization of researchers as objective and neutral and empty vessels, just looking out for knowledge and truth everywhere and kind of taking it to, for their own purposes that are more aligned with a neoliberal capitalist institution. So I kind of appreciated the poetry of having to kind of look at yourself as a researcher and the power you hold before you can stop centering yourself. And
I have a question here from May Winitama, asking how long the Takarangi framework has been going. I guess we have probably been implementing it for about a year now. So slowly implementing it. And so we'll now kind of move into the evaluating phase as we continue. And it's as I mentioned, we began this project retrospectively to try to fit this framework into our existing program. And it would be very sad if we got to the end of this program and we probably only would just have figured it out and then WERO would be finished, because as I mentioned, it's only a 5-year program. So we're hoping that what we do through this process is then able to be picked up and used for, say, the next program that any of the researchers involved or anyone else can use from the outset, and some of the heavy lifting and some of the tips around what worked and what didn't can already be sitting there for people to draw on before they begin their programs. I think that's probably, any early feedback? Just we were very pleased to have had interest from outside of WERO about using it, so that's been really good. We have had really interesting feedback. We're only just submitting, as I mentioned, our paper now, but I've been just surprised at how people have, like when I shared this, for example, with Linda Smith, it's like pretty daunting task, this is what we've done. But, she was very positive towards it. She, I think she was just like, this is great. And I was like, oh, if Linda says it's great, that's amazing. We've just received positive feedback so far. I think, some of the challenges with it is just around trying to retrospectively fit it into existing projects. That's kind of been the challenge. And I think a lot of it comes down to how you implement it as well. So we've tried to be very clear that this is not for beating people over the head with. This is not to beat your research team over the head with. It's supposed to be about how you form, shared understanding and move through things together, and how you say yes to things rather than being about shutting people down or, dominating people with particular cultural values or what have you. So yeah, that's some of the early feedback we've received. I think the time now has ended for us to deliver our Takarangi talk. So our next talk for the session, Richard, do I just carry on with the next session? Is that correct?
We're going to have a bit of a break.
Oh, we're going to have a break?
And then we will come on with Phoebe's talk.
Okay. Great, thanks very much. How long is our break going to be, Richard? Oh, let's call it a, is it a half-hour break or a 15-minute, would you say?
Phoebe's talk was at 10:15.
10:15. Oh, okay. So we're going to have a 15-minute break. Thanks so much. We'll see you all soon. Tēnā koutou anō. Welcome back to the 73rd Annual ICA Conference. Our next presentation is from Phoebe Elers and Mohammad Aminul, and it's on COVID-19 information retrieving in the margins. It's a pre-recorded session, which will begin now.
Kia ora koutou. My name's Phoebe. My presentation today is titled COVID-19 Information Retrieving in the Margins, Experiences in Aotearoa. I'm reporting on a qualitative study that I undertook with Professor Mohan Dotta that explored experiences of COVID-19 information retrieving in a low-income suburban area of Auckland, which is actually pictured in the slide, Glenniness, in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and our study was underpinned by the culture-centred approach. A key feature of the culture-centred approach, which underpins our study, is the recognition of the ways in which communication inequalities reflect, reinforce, and reproduce subalternity. Now, the concept of communication inequality references two entwining forms of inequality. That is, inequality in the distribution of information available for sense making, as well as inequality in the communication infrastructures available to express voice and respond to dominant information dissemination. Now, the co-creation of communication resources is an integral part of the culture-centred approach, driven by a fundamental commitment to the capacity of communities situated in the margins to understand the context within which their health is enacted. And actually, furthermore, to enact agency against these contexts. In this sense, the culture-centred approach resists top-down, expert-driven health communication. However, there were contextual divergences with the communication of COVID-19 information by the state and other health information dissemination. There is an immediacy that was entailed with rapid information dissemination in ways that inform the public and elicit a collective engagement in interventions. The social distancing interventions compelled an increased use of information and communication technologies within the home. And all of this together, alongside the complexities and rapidly evolving research about COVID-19, contributed to what the World Health Organization has referred to as an infodemic, in which public health advice competed with unfiltered online information sources. Now, the culture-centred approach positions the enactment of health practices within local cultural frameworks, as well as in negotiation of structures that regulate resource accessibility. Local understandings, knowledges, and information sharing can be grounded in culture, but communication inequality can also play out in terms of structural inequalities. In the COVID-19 pandemic, this was witnessed in the inequitable access to information and the distrust towards institutions or formal sources of information, as well as in the uptake of COVID-19 interventions. So this uptake was hindered by various structural barriers, such as overcrowded living conditions, inadequate access to healthcare, and working in conditions that hinder social distancing, as well as cultural and community-specific modes of communication that conflict with social distancing requirements. So from a culture-centered standpoint, public health COVID-19 communications should not just focus on recommending behaviours, but the messaging should also be located within the broader structures that influence behaviours. Now, our study is part of a project based in Glenniness, Auckland, as I mentioned, and having relationships within this community was key to being able to undertake the project appropriately from a distance, as we were based in another city. This is in conflict with the usual practice of the culture-centered approach, which is usually an embodied practice and requires people to be physically present in communities. And that has been, documented in various different writings about the culture-centered approach, as well as the various in-person methods that the process usually entails, such as interviews and advisory board meetings within the community. So our engagement in the community started years before this study. In late 2018, I undertook another study, and we'd already formed an advisory board within the community. So with the rise of the COVID-19 pandemic, we were concerned that this pandemic could disrupt the in-person culture of support that we'd already documented there, and we engaged with members of the advisory board from a distance over the phone. We undertook 32 interviews for this project. Half were via the phone and half were in person. The ones in person were undertaken by a community researcher in the area. A large proportion is Pacifica and Māori, which is indigenous to New Zealand, and predominantly unemployed. And this is reflective of the margins of the margins concept in the culture-centered approach, which actively seeks out those who are not represented in dominant discursive spaces. So from our grounded theory analysis of the 32 in-depth interviews, we uncovered two polarizing experiences of information retrieving. At one end, residents were confident in the government's representation of COVID-19, but also fearful and anxious, while at the other end, residents were skeptical of formal institutions and expressed alternative views about COVID-19. So participants' experiences of the COVID-19 information retrieving were underpinned by their degree of trust or distrust towards formal institutions. So I'll give you some examples. So this is one quotation. I was scared because I don't like uncertainty, not knowing if I might log in the next day and get a voluntary exit letter. So of course, the anxiety that was felt in the area was contributed by various factors, including, the environment of change and the unknown. But for those that are struggling to meet the everyday needs, concerns about employment become magnified. It was just playing with my mind. It drives people crazy. The news makes it worse for people because every time they see it, it sort of makes people scared. So in this quote and many other quotes, participants revealed how this anxiety and this fear was being fueled by the dissemination of news media. Because there was so much information about the COVID-19 pandemic available. Watching TV and seeing all the numbers and all the people dying and going up. So they built the fear. It really got hold of everyone. So in this quotation, this person's referring to they built the fear, referring to the media in this quotation. Media played a huge, part on creating anxiety in our communities. And I sort of stopped reading about it because it sort of just flooded my head with panic. So this quote, and there were a number of other quotes where they expressed how this anxiety made people actually disconnect from formal, sources of COVID-19, including the government's press conferences and as well as the news media. And this was from the other overarching theme. When we get to hear Trump, oh my gosh, the way he references the Chinese. So that's how we get to a suspicion there must be something else going on. It's not a sham, but a virus made by people used for some purpose in China and other foreign countries like the USA. So there's definitely this mistrust going on. There's other plans behind it, but it's actually caused a lot of people to just wake up to this world, the powers that be. I don't trust the government. I don't trust all the people behind it. There's no virus. They're just trying to control us. So while it was generally agreed that the communications about the COVID-19 public health advice provided clarity about the related interventions in Aotearoa, such as social distancing and staying at home during lockdowns, this was undermined by a culture of community distrust in institutions and disinformation about COVID-19 that were disseminated through social media as well as face-to-face community networks. And what contributed to the skepticism of mainstream information about COVID-19 and then this belief expressed in some of these quotes and alternative theories based on disinformation within the community was grounded in this culture of distrust towards dominant structures, particularly the government and the news media. Okay, so community distrust was entwined with communication inequality. And for the residents interviewed, this was experienced in the form of an absence of infrastructures for voice that enable listening. Our paper really emphasized the role of voice infrastructures at the margins for transforming the practices of healthcare that produce and magnify distrust. And I should also add that the broader contexts are also inevitably entwined with the legacies of colonialism. Because we've been in the area over time, and during our fieldwork in the area Glen Innes, we have seen how the area has been underserved by the healthcare sector, the lack of adequate housing infrastructures, and the mismatch in the cultural norms within the delivery of some non-profit services. Thus, there is this historic context of mistrust in the Crown contributing to creating the conditions for COVID-19 distrust. So I guess the main recommendation that we draw from our study is the need to really establish these voice infrastructures that allow for listening to those that are situated in the margins of the margins. Okay, thanks. I hope you enjoyed my presentation, and thanks for tuning in.
Well, that was a very important presentation there. I would like to open it up for any comments. We can't really have questions because the authors are not with us today. But if anyone has any comments they would like to make, we are open to receive those.
When I saw Phoebe's presentation, I think I see a lot of parallels with my research as well, although my research is based in India, so the contexts are different, but the kind of experiences of marginalized communities, the structural challenges that they experience seems to be quite universal here. So my research was in rural India, rural communities, disenfranchised communities experiencing similar structural challenges in terms of access to healthcare, access to information sources, because in rural India also lack of information, lack of communicative infrastructures is quite a predominant issue, and they experience similar challenges in terms of having the distrust against the government and having alternative views about the COVID-19. While what I understand is from my experience as a health communication scholar, biomedical research and post-positivist research has a tendency to view this distrust or alternative meanings as naive or ignorance, or if it counters the whole expert opinion. Social distancing is needed for to prevent virus spread, and that is how it should be. But if the opinion of the cultural groups counters that of the expert, it is kind of viewed as, oh, you're ignorant people, or you don't know anything. uh, and that's how my research was just also, uses the same culture centered approach. And it's so important that culture centered methodologies in marginalized contexts is so important in order to, disrupt this expert dominated and western driven ideologies or way of seeing things, and bring and highlight the alternative meanings and highlight the alternative way of sense making, to unveil the structural challenges they experience, instead of viewing this distrust or inability to follow the export protocol as as their incapability or their ignorance. Instead of using these words, we understand we this CCA methodology is so important in highlighting the structural challenges and giving respect to these alternative meanings and finding a, common ground, helping co-create meanings instead of, having a space where the communication literature or even the whole biomedical research is so dominated with this western or expert driven ideologies and narrative. It's so important that this research in various contexts, in various marginalized contexts, is so needed to disrupt the dominant narrative. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And again, I think of Tina Nutter and her work during this period, countering mis and disinformation, and the strength of being able to do that in a community, like being led by the community,
Right.
And how that then enables that trust to develop and the communication to be made in a way that meets people where they're at, that is aligned with the values that they have and they share in those communities, and that has a really deep understanding of the structural issues of the inability to access healthcare in rural communities and these types of things. So thank you for your comments. Are there any other comments at this stage? No? Well, I think we will then, I don't see anything coming in from the live stream as well. So we will now take a break, I believe. We're in this session, our first session of the day. And I believe we are picking up again at 11 o'clock. Yep, 11 o'clock, where we'll hear 2 sessions, which I'm really looking forward to. So see you all soon.
Kia ora, good morning, good evening. Welcome to the second session of ICA Pacific Hub, organized by Center for Culture Center Approach to Research and Evaluation. In this session, we have two presentations, and both the presentations are relating to COVID-19 pandemic. At first, I will present Rohingya refugee negotiations of COVID-19 at the margins of the margins. So I think I should start my presentation now. So my name is Mahbubur Rahman. I am on the last stage of my PhD on communication and journalism, and I also working as a research assistant at Center for Culture Center Approach to Research and Evaluation since March 2020. I came to New Zealand in March 2020, and then I started to work with the Rohingya refugees living in the Palmerston North, and still I am dealing with the Rohingya people living at this city. So at first, I would like to say who are Rohingyas or Rohingyas, because sometimes some media call them also Rohingyas. So Rohingyas are the Muslim ethnic minority people living in the Rakhine state of Myanmar for centuries. So Myanmar has 7 states. Rakhine is one of them, and previous name of Rakhine state is Arakan state. And Rohingyas are starting to settle to Arakan state in between 8 to 9 centuries. So they are living there for centuries. But though they have been living there for centuries, they do not have any identity. They are totally stateless, and according to the UN, they are the largest stateless population of the world. If we consider their arrival in Arakan or Rakhine state, then their arrival in Arakan correlated with British colonialism in 1824 to 1948, and then in Second World War, Japanese invasion, that is 1942 to 1945. So from 1824 to 1948, Myanmar, Bangladesh, and India, just you can see the map. We are just neighboring countries, Bangladesh, India, Burma, that is Myanmar. The previous name of Myanmar was Burma. We all are the colony of British, more than 200 years. So if we consider the history of Arakan state or Rakhine state, Arakan was a sovereign state until 1784. And at that time, Arakan or Rakhine state was known as Arakan region, Arakan province, or kingdom of Arakan, or you can say Morak Iu, the red or brown color portion, that is Rakhine state, and whole is the Myanmar or Burma. The previous name was Burma, and beside Burma, my country, Bangladesh, and we're surrounded by India. So this whole region was under British for about 200 years. So at that time, Rohingya people lived there, and not only at that time, before that, I think from 8th century, they have been living in Myanmar. So if we consider the history, in 1820, from 1824 to 1826, Burma was governed by the British, and in 1948, Burma gained independence. And if we think about the naming, in 1989, Burma renamed as Myanmar, and the Arakan state renamed as Rakhine state. And Rakhine state is the state where Rohingya people have been living for centuries. So as this regional hub is relating with the indigenous people, so Rohingya people definitely indigenous to Rakhine state or Myanmar, but they are not considered as indigenous people, or even they do not have any identity, they do not have any citizenship right, they do not have any rights in Myanmar, and totally they are stateless. So if we consider the historical background, in 1948, Myanmar got independence, and at that time, Rohingya people have full citizenship rights. And from 1948 to 1962, there are some civilian government in Myanmar. But in 1962, army came to power. And still today, from 1962 to 2015, army was in power in Myanmar. And then 2015 to 2020, there are some army, not army, civilian government, that is Aung San Suu Kyi, you know her name. She was in power. But that was also mentioned at that time. Also, there is army control, though Aung San Suu Kyi was in power. So from 1962, army came in power, and after when army came to power, the Rohingya people started to lose their all rights. And from 1962 till today, and then 1978, Myanmar military-led verification citizenship program started. They want to know who are the citizens, and that was the first exodus of Rohingyas from Myanmar to Bangladesh. That is 1978. More than 250 Rohingyas were bound to leave their motherland. And that is the first military crackdown against Rohingya people. And then it was happening several times in 1991, then 2012, then 2015, and last in 2017. And through this military crackdown, all the Rohingya, not all the, I should not say all, 80% of Rohingyas were bound to leave their motherland. Now, if I consider the total population of Rohingyas, 3.5 million throughout the world, but only 600,000 or less than 600,000 live in Myanmar, and most of them are distributed throughout the world. And the maximum Rohingyas, that is more than 1.2 million, they are now living in Bangladesh as refugees. Sorry to mention, they are not also, Bangladesh government did not mention them as refugee, but Bangladesh government called them as forcibly displaced Myanmar nationals. They are not calling them refugees. I think it is the strategy of Bangladesh government, because if they consider Rohingyas as the refugees, then there are some obligations for the refugees' rights. So Bangladesh government did not call them refugees, but referred them as FDMN. So here are some pictures in 1978. At first, they expelled out from Myanmar. And then in 1991, here I think I should, let's see the map. Here is the Bangladesh and Rakhine State. So between two borders, there is only a canal, that is Nap River. So whenever any happenings happened in Rakhine State, the Rohingya people just cross the Nap River and enter into Bangladesh. Bangladesh got its independence in 1971, but from 1978 to till today, they are trying to enter into Bangladesh because they do not have any rights. They do not have any citizenship in Myanmar. In 1982, they lost their citizenship rights in Myanmar. And it is the scenario of 1978, and it is 1991, and then again 2012, and the latest one, that is in August, September, October 2017, and it is also called by some international agency as genocide, because more than 700 people came within 3 months from Myanmar to Bangladesh. And in total now, more than 1.2 million officially, but unofficially, more than 1.6 million Rohingya people have been sheltering in Bangladesh, in the Cox's Bazar area, the southern part of Bangladesh. And it is that scenario, and only 600,000 left in Myanmar. And they are also still, they are staying in Myanmar, but they do not have any rights. They do not have any citizenship rights. As a result, they are trying to leave their country. So with denied citizenship rights, Rohingya people, they're always try to leave their country. And there is a term for boat people. You may have the term boat people, because they try to leave Myanmar, risking their life through just like the boat. And they try to go to the Malaysia, Indonesia, just crossing the sea, risking their lives. So boat people is a common term from 2007 or 2014. So they always try to go from Myanmar to other developed countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, just nearby countries. But maximum people, Rohingya people, are now living in Bangladesh. And this is the scenario where you can see from the Rakhine State, they try to go everywhere. And if we see the total number of Rohingya people in Bangladesh, they are now living on more than 1.6 million people. In Saudi Arabia, around 500,000. In Pakistan, around 500,000. Myanmar, I think now its figure is not right. Now it is less than 500,000 living in Myanmar. Throughout the world, they are distributed, as they do not have any rights. And if we consider the refugee people means when they are bound to leave their country through war or do not have any rights. But if we consider other refugee people, they have some documents, they have some passport. For example, Syrian or Afghan refugee people, they have some passport. But Rohingya refugee people, they do not have any documents in their life. But still they are trying to leave and they are risking their life. At first, they tried to leave from Myanmar by the boat, but nowadays they also try to leave from Bangladesh camps because the condition of Bangladesh camps is not also good. They're trying to leave from Bangladesh camps also by risking their life through the boat. So every year, many Rohingya people died at the sea while crossing the sea to reach the Malaysia, Indonesia, etc. country. So though they are trying to refuse in other countries, even some countries did not recognize them as refugees, though they fulfill all the conditions of refugees. Because refugee people is a person who is forced to leave their home country because of war, political, religious oppression, or persecutions. So all the conditions, though fulfilled by the Rohingya people, but they are not recognized, even refugees, by many countries. For example, my country, Bangladesh recognized them as FDMN, forcibly displaced Myanmar national. Malaysia treat them as illegal immigrants. India also treat them as illegal immigrants. Saudi Arabia, same. And also Pakistan, everywhere they are not treated as a refugee. But in Malaysia, they have some rights because UNHCR working in Malaysia, UNHCR also working in Bangladesh, also in India, but they are not there. Some cards are given to them, identity card, because they do not have any identity document. So that is known as UNHCR cards or UN card. And through UN cards, they got some rights in Malaysia. And in New Zealand, I am working with the Rohingya refugee people from 2020. And the Rohingya refugee people living in New Zealand, they are mainly coming from Malaysia. Earlier, they came from Thailand or some other countries, but nowadays, they are mainly coming from Malaysia using their UN card or UNHCR card. Because UNHCR card mentioned there are some, it's just mentioned them as refugees. And UNHCR has the system of third country resettlement process, and through third country resettlement process, Rohingyas come to New Zealand. Now I would like to say some scenario of Rohingya refugees in New Zealand. From 2000, they started to come to New Zealand, and till today, there are around 1,500 Rohingya refugees living in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And they came through UNHCR third country resettlement process. And New Zealand has the quota system for the refugees. Every year, New Zealand receives 1,500 refugees all over the world. And among 1,500, I think 100 or 200 maybe the Rohingya refugees. And they are mainly coming from Malaysia using their UNHCR cards. And I have been working with the Rohingya refugees living in Palmerston North. And Rohingya refugees started to settle down in this city since 2017. And now there are 50 Rohingya families living in Palmi. And I started to work with them after coming here in 2020, because I came in 2020 for my PhD. After coming here, I started to work with the care. And then I have been giving the responsibility to work with the Rohingya people, and I work with them. So Rohingya refugees definitely the margins of the margins group of the world, because all the refugees, I think, not only the Rohingya refugees, they are the marginalized community. And in New Zealand, Rohingyas face marginalization in negotiating the country's system that is embedded in whiteness and new liberalism. And in healthcare, the country positions interest values of white Pakeha culture as universal, erasing the cultural values, voices of all the refugees, including the Rohingya refugees. And Rohingya refugee marginality is shaped by the interactions among ethnicity, citizenship status, social class, income level, and also definitely the poverty level. So while you're dealing with the Rohingya refugees, I always follows the culture-centered approach. And culture-centered approach is a meta-theoretical framework working through structure, culture, and agency. And it mainly works for the community, marginalized community, and Rohingya community, definitely the marginalized community of the world. So I am just utilizing culture-centered approach to take their interviews, to take their data during the COVID-19. What is their experience during the COVID-19 period, during the lockdown period, And as I mentioned earlier, I started to work with the Rohingya refugees during COVID time in 2020. I started to work with them in May or June after the lockdown. And I generally use culture center approach. And I took around 30 in-depth interview of the Rohingya refugees living in this city. And I used semi-structured interview technique involving open-ended questions with prompts and comments. And for me, I took all the interviews in person during the COVID period because at that time, though no lockdown, but I should have to follow the COVID protocols to take the interviews. And interview was mainly taken in the houses of the Rohingya refugees. And in culture center approach, we utilize a system that is Rohingya community researchers. Community researcher means he is the member of that community. He works as a interlocutor or as a translator between me and with the Rohingya refugee people. So with the help of community researchers, I took around 30 interviews for the Rohingya refugees to find out what are their challenges during the COVID-19 period or during the lockdown. So what I found through the interview, because at first I should say shortage of healthcare items during the COVID-19 period. It is a observed by Ashley Bloomfield on 27th March, and we know in New Zealand lockdown started on 25th March 2020, as far I know. He mentioned personal protective items, masks, gloves, etc. were plentiful, and steady and distribution was being made rock and solid. But what's the observation or what's the narratives of the Rohingya refugees? One of the Rohingya refugees mentioned, I did not find face mask to purchase. So without mask, sometimes I had to go to the shop, and at that time I used a separate cloth as mask, as I did not find any masks to buy, or anyone did not provide me the mask. Again, he mentioned, some people asked me why I use clothes as the mask. Then I replied that I could not find mask from any sources, or even could not buy. Then they told me to make distance from them while I was in the shop. This is one of the examples of Rohingya refugees. So there is shortage of items, not only healthcare items, I think other items also, because there is a panic buying that is also prevailing in New Zealand. So they do not find the healthcare items, even they do not find it is free from any sources. And higher prices of commodities. During COVID-19 period, basically during the lockdown period, the prices were higher. We all know that. And Rohingya refugee people feel it very much. Now, the main problem was that I could not go outside. Even I could not go to my school because for English learning, Rohingya refugee people get free English learning in ETC and ELP to system. But during COVID-19 period, even I could not go to my school for English learning. The kids also could not go outside. After 7 or 14 days, I went to market to purchase commodities, but the prices of commodities were very high. The benefit we get was not enough to buy all the foods. Again, I had to wait for a longer period of time in the outside of the shop to get entry. Because during COVID-19 period, there is a queue in the outside of the shop. We all know that. So they always, they faced all this problem during the COVID-19 period. Another example, the main problem we faced that the benefit amount was not increased during the lockdown, but the prices of commodities were high. So we could not manage to buy foods as per our requirement during the lockdown. When I asked if lockdown come again, what's your observation? Then one of the Rohingya refugees mentioned, I wish that lockdown may not come again, but if it comes again, we want that those who are living only on benefit from government should be taken care more, because the benefit is not enough to lead a life as the prices of essentials increased during the lockdown. For your information, Rohingya refugees generally live on the benefit or the honorarium getting from the government. They generally do not have any job because they do not have any educational qualification. In throughout their life, they do not have even get chance for any education. So though they come here through UNHCR-led third country resettlement process, but they do not get any job here. So longer waiting time at the market during long COVID-19 period. Yes, that was very terrible for us. We had to wait for hours to enter into the Pack and Save or Countdown supermarket. The Pack and Save and New World Countdown shops were open during lockdown. The problem was with longer waiting time, and we had to maintain 2-meter distance, whether outside or inside the market. Another, The main problem was to wait for a longer period of time at the super shops during the lockdown. At first, waiting outside of the shop, maintaining distance, and then only one person is allowed to enter, and again, longer waiting time to give the bill at the counter. It is the scenario of the market. If we think about the healthcare sector, longer waiting time at the healthcare centers. We face serious problems when we visit hospital. At the hospital, we have to wait for 5 to 6 hours to see the doctor. It is very difficult to see doctor in the hospital. If you go to the hospital in the evening, there may be possibility of to get the doctors or to visit the doctor advice even in the next morning. And during lockdown, the problem was severe. In the hospital, 5 to 6 hours waiting is very common, and during the COVID period, it was more. To get less waiting time, we visit city doctor clinic, but there we have to pay. In hospital, Rohingya refugees, not only Rohingya refugees, all the refugee people, they get free treatment, but there is longer waiting time. So sometimes they try to go to the city doctor clinic, but that is private clinic. There they have to pay. They have faced problem with the contactless payment because during lockdown period, no cash payment was allowed. So we are newcomers. We face problems in the debit or credit cards. In many shops, we could not go for market as they are often closed and they are using the cards, debit or credit cards during COVID-19. One day I purchased food, but my ATM card did not have the balance. Then I tried to pay by cash, but they did not accept the cash. So I had to keep the food items back in the shop. Though I needed that item, but due to the card system, I could not bring that. That was very painful for me. Super shops like Countdown, Pack and Save used only cards, and so even in some days I returned without shopping anything as I did not have the cards. Then I went to Indian or Asian shops, and by requesting them, I could manage to buy foods with my cash money. However, during the lockdown, the Asian or Indian shopkeepers did not touch the cash money. So I had to put the cash money in a plastic bag and then gave the money to the shops. By this way, I managed to purchase foods during lockdown. So it was a very difficult time for them as they did not know how to use the debit or credit cards. And some of them even did not have the cards also because they tried to collect the benefit, just cash money. And it is the major language barrier, they do not, refugee people do not have any chance in their life to get education. Even they do not know the letters of the English letters. So they cannot read or write. I met some Rohingya refugee people here, though they are staying in 5 years in this country, even they could not express their terms in English, though they are staying 5 years. So language barrier is common for all the refugees, including the Rohingya refugees. So the COVID-19, if we think about the COVID-19 awareness documents were written in English, but I could not read English. In the document, I only understand the picture, and picture also shows how to wash your hands. So he could not get information through the television or etc. because he did not understand the language. Rohingya refugees mainly go to the ETC. ETC is an English teaching institute. The teachers of ETC informed us about the COVID-19. They instructed us not to go outside, always try to maintain cleanliness, try to maintain social distancing. And the refugee mentioned all the instructions given at the food item packet written in English. As we could not read English, it creates problem for us to find out which food item is halal or not, because Rohingya people are mainly Muslim. They tried to find out the food item that is halal, but they could not read the instructions. But other time, they generally took community member or friend with them to find out which product is halal. But during COVID-19, 2 people are not allowed in the shop. So they face problem to find out which food is halal or not. During COVID-19 period, as 2 people are not allowed together in the supermarket, and so we could not take help from community members. So we faced problems to buy. Then we did not buy meat or chicken. We only purchased fish and vegetables during the lockdown period. So overall, Rohingya refugees undergo disparities in accessing healthcare sources during the COVID-19 period. Accessing the general practitioners or GP were unquestionably at crisis level for the majority of the Rohingya refugees during the lockdown. COVID-19 pandemic response of this country, as I mentioned earlier, embedded in whiteness and colonialism, does not consider the refugee voice. Though the health policies of New Zealand are embedded in the notions of care and kindness, Rohingya participants noted the one-size-fits-all approach did not work for them. They are left out in the COVID-19 response, arguing challenges to their health and well-being. So what can be done for them? So I think listening to the refugee voice and building infrastructures for refugee voices, continuous engagement and dialogue with the refugee people, and replacement of top-down approach by the bottom-up approach. As we are thinking about in culture center approach, it is a bottom-up approach. We are thinking about the voice infrastructure of the community people. What they think about that the solution that should be implemented. If the health scenario for the marginalized community, if we want to think to a better system for them, so it should be changed. I think that's all from me.
Any questions or comments?
I just a comment maybe.
Yes, sure.
You have worked a lot with the Rohingya community for so long. Just wanted to understand, it might be applicable to all other refugees as well. Like when they come from a different country, especially for Rohingyas who have not received any education in their life and are also stateless, they don't have identity card. They are surviving only on benefits, maybe because for other refugees it might be easier to integrate because at least they have some qualification or maybe something.
Yeah.
But and for when they're surviving only on benefits, from your communication with the Rohingyas or from your opinion as a researcher, what do you think is the next step for them? Because is it how they're going to even their next generation, is it how they're going to survive only on benefits, or is there should be a mechanism to help them integrate better in their host country? Is there something that you learned? Did this ever appear in your conversation with the Rohingyas? How they expect? What is their idea of being integrated into the host country here in New Zealand?
Yeah, what I stress, they are trying to get some jobs, but as they do not have any educational qualification, they do not get any good job. Then maximum Rohingya refugees are now living the benefit. So it does not look good to them also, because always to get the benefit and try to leave. Then I ask them, why are you not trying to find a job? Then they mention, as we do not have any education, we generally get the job for the lower grade job, that is there is less payment. So when they consider it with compare it with the benefit and the payment system, so they think it's more or less same, whatever from the benefit and what they get from the job. So they are not interested to go to the job. It's more or less same. And when refugee people start job, if they are 3-member or 4-member family, then the benefit of other people also stopped. If one person get the job, the benefit of his spouse stopped, and his benefit for the rent stopped. So when he considered everything, they think that it's more or less same. So he's not generally interested to get a job. But thing is that the next generation is definitely they can speak well, they are educating themselves. So next generation will be totally the Kiwi, because the refugee people are coming here under permanent residency. So after 5 years, definitely they will get the citizenship of New Zealand. So it's hopeful that the next generation will be the educated people, and they will develop themselves, incorporate with this society.
Yeah. So their children are going to school
The
government.
Yeah.
So did they expect anything in your conversations? What is their idea of being integrated, if at all it came up in your conversation? What is their idea of being integrated in the society? Because as you mentioned that yes, they also don't like to survive on benefits, but the system is such that maybe it is again comes down to the whole top-down approach, that even if one person in the family gets a job and the allowance stops for all the family members, and then of course they cannot find a high-paying job that will on which they can manage their entire household. So even if one person gets a job, it's going to be a meager, like a low-paying job with which he will not be able, or he or she will not be able to run the entire household, and that's the top-down system, isn't it? Which does not really take into account the fact that if we stop the benefits of all the members, how is that family going to survive?
Yeah, that's the problem, because it is a system. I even talked with the Rohingya refugee people. Even they do not want to, because getting benefit, it does not look good, right? Always trying to live with the benefit, but they do not find good job. And even if a person get the job, the benefit of his spouse is stopped, and even even the child benefit will be stopped. And again, the rent 50%, generally Rohingya refugees house rent 50% are given by the government. The house, the benefit for the rent will also be stopped. So they could not survive by what they're getting through the job. So they are not interested. But I think slowly they're integrated into the society, because the benefit amount is more or less just for their living is enough for them. So they're trying to integrate at full. And what's my observation, the second generation, the next generation will be definitely totally integrated into the society.
Apart from English language training, are they provided with any skills training or anything else?
For the Rohingya refugee people, apart from English training, nothing. Mainly they get the English training, English language training from the free of cost. And as they are coming here with the permanent residency, they're getting all the facilities like the citizen. Other skills development, I do not know. Mainly I know English skill development.
Thank you for your presentation. Very insightful.
So we should conclude if no comment from.
Oh, I just wanted to say that, I think a lot of the issues that they're facing have nothing to do with them being former refugees, and it's about our low wages that we have and our insufficient income support for all people who are without work, and it's obviously the challenges are even more exacerbated with displaced people. But yeah, it just really speaks to, if you don't have really good support in your country, it makes it much more challenging to do your role that you're supposed to be playing in the world, in supporting former refugees. So I think it really kind of highlights much broader issues that are happening here as well. Yeah, thank you for your presentation.
And they also face challenge to find out the interpreters, because the Rohingya interpreters, is this number of interpreters. I find there are some families whose children are now educated, they know English, and they also work as interpreters for their parents.
And also there shouldn't be a stigma for having to receive income support, and it's unfortunate that they feel that as well.
Good point.
That was a really great presentation. Thank you so much for sharing all of the knowledge that you gained from just speaking to these families. I was just also thinking, kind of going off what Arama was talking about, just how even the refugee and asylum seeker resettlement processes within the New Zealand state, and how it kind of functions is measuring everything according to settlement equals economic success, right? Economic parameters and contributions, and you have to get a job, you have to have this particular kind of education, and then education is a really formal and institutionalized way. So, I'm sure this has come up in your own analysis as well of this study, of just how relevant is it to even consider integration as the goal that we want, because if it's integration into a white supremacist and capitalist state, probably not. So just looking at the community and how they functioning within this pushing them towards this developmentalist kind of framework that the state has constrained them within already is just another thing that adds this sense of urgency and pressure that they might feel. I had a question, and this could be maybe something that's already in your future plans for this project. It's just whether you have worked or plan to work with Mana Whenua and like building those continued engagements with refugee communities here in Palmi.
I'm already. I have a job.
Mm.
Besides this, I also working as a settlement cross-cultural worker at the New Zealand Red Cross, and I also just last month I joined as a another organization in the city. There is Manautu Multicultural Council. They are also dealing with the refugee and migrant people. So I have continuous engagement with them. Not only Rohingya refugee people, other refugee people. I'm trying to assist them in New Zealand.
I really like that point, when we're talking about integration, but is it even worth it when we're talking about integrating into a white supremacy society? But then what is the solution? Maybe not solution, maybe that's the wrong word as well, but then to give them of course, to get them that identity that they have been longing for their whole life, but also to be able to just, live on their own terms. Some, maybe it's not full integration, but some form of,
Belonging.
sorry?
Belonging?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, definitely they have some forms of belonging, because when they do not have any documents in their life, only UN card, that is also a temporary card. But when they're coming to New Zealand or through third country resettlement process, New Zealand, USA or Australia, they are getting the permanent residency. So definitely they have belongingness to that country.
Just like really disappointing as well, just the international response to the genocide. It's when I think about how much news attention it's given, and our politicians are not speaking out about these things.
It's still same thing, because Bangladesh is not a developed country. It is also a least developed country. We have more than 160 million people, but area is half of New Zealand. Still, Bangladesh is giving shelter of more than 1.2 million Rohingya refugees. And from 2017 to till today, not a single Rohingya refugee is repatriated to Myanmar. Still there.
That's amazing. And like the countries that you mentioned where they are fleeing, not just Bangladesh, but the other countries in the area, it sounds as though they're going to Muslim majority countries. It's so disappointing that I don't know the specifics, but it feels as though there's more capacity to care coming from the Muslim majority countries in other areas, and that's just so disappointing to me that other countries are not being hospitable.
And then this crisis is going on from 1962 till today. There's still no solution. We do not know how this Rohingya crisis can be solved. Because just giving third countries resettlement, there are more than 3.5 million people. But every year, how many people get the third country resettlement? It's less number. Maximum are then distributed throughout the world, and then even they do not get the refugee identity. It's their life.
I have a very quick question, but in any of the interviews you had with the families, did they express any desire for setting up or going to madrasas or Islamic education?
In the city? In Palma, there is a Islamic center. So students, their kids generally going to the center to learn the Islamic studies. But generally they are going to the normal education system.
Right.
But for the religious education, they generally go to the Islamic center. Okay.
Thank you, Mahbub, for that. And we will be taking a break, and we will be back with our next presenter.
Thank you. Kia ora. Welcome again to the second session of ICA Pacific Hub, organized by Center for Culture Center Approach to Research and Evaluation. Now, presentation will be given by Samiksha Pattanaik. She is also a PhD student of Massey University, New Zealand, and her topic is mobile health and pandemic communication, India's community health workers, meaning making smartphones during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, I would like to send it to Samiksha. Please start.
Thank you, Mabu, for the introduction, and thank you for this opportunity to present my research at the ICA Regional Hub. I'm Samiksha Pattanaik. I'm the doctoral student at Massey University, New Zealand. My research focuses on on the experiences of India's community health workers during the COVID-19 pandemic and their experiences with smartphones in particular. Now, during the COVID-19 pandemic, community health workers played a very important role, especially in developing countries, as frontline workers, playing a very important role in the battle against the COVID-19 pandemic. Who are these community health workers? Community health workers are recruited from communities, often disadvantaged communities, where they reside, and they ultimately serve these communities. They play a very important role in bridging the gap between the community and the nation's public health system. During the pandemic, apart from the routine duties that they performed, they were given the additional responsibilities that were given to them included contact tracing, community surveillance, monitoring of COVID-19 patients, facilitating testing, quarantine, among many other duties and responsibilities. Now, India has its very own network of community health workers. By the way, it is the world's largest community health worker program, consisting of 1 million all-female workforce. Now, that's a huge workforce. They were celebrated and praised for their important role during the COVID-19 pandemic. Indian government called them as the COVID-19 warriors, and the WHO also praised them and awarded for their role in the pandemic. Yet we have to remember that these women are marginalized in many ways. First of all, they are women mostly from disadvantaged communities, predominantly rural communities in India. They work within deeply patriarchal and conservative rural communities where they negotiate their personal and professional responsibilities simultaneously. They work almost 24/7 for India's public health system. Yet you have to remember they are labeled as volunteers. That means the government refuses to even recognize them as employees. As a result, they're deprived of minimum pay, social security benefits, employee rights. They do not get a salary. Instead, they are given incentives based on the performance of their tasks. So task-based incentives. They are overworked, overburdened, yet unfairly compensated for their tasks. During the pandemic, they were working almost 24/7, sleep deprived. This is what I found from my interviews with them. They were sleep deprived, unable to eat, have time to sleep or eat. They were working almost 24/7, clearly marginalized in several ways. In this context, there are some media reports, Indian media reports, that documented that Ashas were forced to purchase a smartphone or use a smartphone for COVID-19 work. Now, mHealth initiatives such as these have largely been export driven, which also reflects in mHealth literature, means mobile health literature, which is dominated by randomized controlled trials or pilot studies, which are expert driven and conducted in communities where they are provided with a smartphone and they are tested within a certain controlled environment, clearly without much consideration of the local real world context and real world cultural and structural context of those communities. Now, these initiatives have largely relied on the techno-optimistic findings of controlled trials and pilot studies, and also the data on the increased internet and mobile penetration in developing countries. Now, worth noting here in these studies is the dominant absence of structures within which mobile phones are negotiated in everyday contexts. Largely missing in this literature is the voices of these communities on whom these mHealth initiatives are imposed upon. There are some qualitative studies, however, although limited, that indicate the role of structural barriers such as lack of money or poor internet coverage, a lack of access to smartphones, and so on. Yet these studies have tend to oversimplify the contextual factors. They tend to use a reductionist approach where these factors are studied in isolation. As a result, the complex structures, the complex context within which these ASHA workers operate is missing. So the voices are obscured. These marginalized workers are often treated as passive recipients of the top-down initiatives, top-down instructions, without much consideration of the burdens that's imposed on the marginalized workers, and the alternative ways in which mobile technology is used in different cultural contexts. Hence, my study fills the gap within the literature by foregrounding the voices of these ASHA workers through dialogue, and foregrounding the voices of the ASHA workers who are impacted by these mHealth initiatives, but are often left out from the mainstream discourse and policies and even mHealth literature. In order to center the voices, my study adopted the culture-centered approach. That's a well-established theoretical and methodological framework that focuses on foregrounding the voices of the marginalized through dialogue and listening. In other words, the role of the researcher shifts from being an expert, which is how it is in most of the mHealth literature, which is expert-driven, expert-guided. In CCA, the role of the researcher shifts from being an expert to that of a listener who provides a communicative space to the participants to articulate their local meanings. So dialogue and listening are two important parts of CCA methodology, and is built on the foundation of the three key tenets: culture, structure, and agency, and the dynamic interplay between these tenets, culture, structure, and agency. My study thus asks two important research questions: how structures shape the way ASHAs made meaning of the formal mHealth initiatives during the COVID-19 pandemic. Secondly, how do they draw upon their agency to navigate these mHealth initiatives? My study was conducted in Odisha, an eastern state in India. The fieldwork was conducted between October 2022 to December 2022. 30 participants were recruited from different villages in Odisha's Khordha district, which is one of the most important administrative districts in the state. Purposive sampling was used, and so my participants had to be ASHA workers, and they had to be on COVID-19 duty. Semi-structures interviews were used to initiate the dialogue with the participants, which aligns well with the CCA methodology. I use constructivist grounded theory to analyze my data, which again aligns well with the CCA methodology in exploring the local and contextual meaning of the participants. And here I wanted to explore the contextual meanings of that ASHAs ascribe to smartphones or mHealth initiatives within their rural context during the COVID-19 pandemic. My study found that all the ASHAs experienced tremendous pressure from their supervisors to use a smartphone to take photographic evidence of their COVID-19 work and send it to their supervisors on WhatsApp. Now remember, they were not given any smartphones, they were not given any allowance to buy one, but the entire responsibility to buy these smartphones or to secure these smartphones was entirely placed on these ASHAs without any financial help. Out of the 30 ASHAs I interviewed, only 7 of them had access to a personal smartphone. And although all of them had access to a low-end mobile phone without any internet or camera access or any fancy features, low-end mobile phones that most of us don't even use anymore. Lack of money was cited as a major structural barrier to smartphone ownership. As I mentioned earlier, these ASHA workers come from really poor lower socioeconomic backgrounds. During the pandemic, also, they became the primary breadwinner of their family as their husbands and sons lost their job due to the COVID-19 lockdown. And their husbands and sons mostly work in the informal sector that was severely impacted by the COVID-19 lockdown.
So they became the primary breadwinners. They come from lower socioeconomic background. And remember, these ashas earn barely 40 to 50 US dollar per month for the tasks that they perform, the tasks that leaves them working almost 24/7 or round the clock for the government. And during the pandemic, for all the additional responsibilities that were imposed on them, they earned merely 12 US dollar per month for only 4 months. Now, here's a quote to explain the problems that they were facing. We don't even get 5,000 rupees a month, and a big phone costs around 15,000 to 16,000 rupees, that is 200 US dollar. From where will I get the money to buy a big phone? Will my family not eat? So they are the primary breadwinners. They have to run their households on their meager compensation that they receive. And amidst this, there is a lot of pressure to buy a smartphones. So, and here ashas express their angst, their inability and to afford a smartphone, and their concern that how will my family eat if I have to buy a smartphone that costs around 200 US dollar and I barely earn 40 to 50 US dollar. Here again, structures induce digital contingencies across various aspects of Asha's life. Now, this is important because, on one hand, the Ashas are pressurized to buy a smartphone for their COVID-19 work, and on the other hand, their structures. The structures created such conditions where they also have to buy a smartphone for their children, because all the classes during the pandemic, the schools and colleges, the lectures had moved online, and without access to a smartphone, their children will be deprived of their basic right to education. Now, here's a quote. During the pandemic, we sold grains to buy a big phone, that refers to their smartphone, for my elder son, and then took another loan to buy one for my younger son so they could attend online classes. Now, I have already bought 2 phones for my sons. Then how could I afford one for myself? Here, the structures created such condition which pushed them further to the marginalization, created an extra burden on these asha workers who are already financially challenged, who are already under so much structural whose lives are already embedded within lots of structural constraints. Further complicating the situation for them was the rigid hierarchy, which deprived them of a communicative space to articulate their concerns. Now, we have to remember that these ashas occupy the lowest position in the India's public health system. They are the lowest level workers, and they are quite aware of their position in the hierarchy. And despite being aware, they exercise their agency in complaining to their immediate seniors with whom they have regular interaction, with whom they have contact. So they complain to their supervisors about their inability to afford a smartphone. Now, here's a quote. We complain to our supervisors that if you're asking us to use a smartphone, why don't you provide us with one? When I complained to the A&M Didi is the auxiliary. They are the nurses who operate within the rural communities, and ASHA workers report directly to the A&M workers. She suggested that I save my 2 months' salary to buy one, but my family wouldn't be able to eat if I did that. So clearly, the supervisors were also unable to help them. Now we have to remember these supervisors, these workers are also occupying a lower position in the public health hierarchy. So clearly, they are also not in a position to help the ASHA workers in any way. And ASHA's voices fail to reach the top levels of power where the decisions are made, where these mHealth initiatives or other decisions that directly impact them are made. Amidst the mounting pressure, professional pressures to use a smartphone, ASHAs dealt with this pressure by relying on their cultural resources such as family and community ties for taking the photos and sending it to their supervisors. Here, the cohesive rural communities and the strong family and community bonds played a significant role in facilitating this support network. Now, remember, these ASHA workers are deeply embedded in their communities. They have a reputation. They are well known in their communities as the community health volunteers. They have long years of service, so they have built that rapport with the community members, and also they belong to these communities and share the social and kinship ties with the community members. And in rural communities in India or in Indian communities, family and community ties play a very important role in their lives. And this helped them to secure the support network. Now, here's an example. If my supervisors have to send any information, they send it to my son's WhatsApp number. If I have to take a photo, I ask my son to take and send it to my supervisors. Now, here again, we have to remember this: the ashas bought the mobile phones for their children, but also but relied on them for their work. Everyone in my village knows me. We all live together, so they help me out. Coming to discussion, now my study highlights several complex structural issues that the CCA methodology helped to uncover. Now, in contrast to the community-controlled trials and pilot studies that dominate mHealth literature, CCA methodology helped in foregrounding the voices of the ASHA workers, and thus the structural issues that often gets hidden in the dominant mHealth literature is uncovered. Firstly, one of the significant findings is the responsibilization of mHealth. Now, responsibilization refers to the process of assigning responsibilities to individuals that were earlier the responsibility of the state or were not considered responsibility at all. Now, here we see that the responsibility to support the digital infrastructure of state-driven or top-down mHealth initiatives is entirely placed on these ASHA workers, which should not have been the responsibilities of the ASHA workers in the first place. And this also reflects the neoliberal trend of offloading the state's responsibilities onto the individuals. And it is particularly concerning for marginalized individuals who are already struggling with the structural constraints in their environment, and this extra layer of burden further marginalizes them, which is further complicated. The situation is further complicated by the erasure of the communicative space through rigid hierarchy. As I mentioned earlier, Asha's voices are unable to reach the higher levels of power. They are not involved in the decision-making process, and they're unable to articulate their concerns to the higher levels of power who are responsible for the decision-making in this context. Secondly, while mHealth literature often highlights the potential benefits of mHealth technologies in solving healthcare problems, here we see rudimentary mHealth initiatives such as these do not really solve any challenges that these community health workers face in healthcare delivery. Instead, the requirement to send photographic evidence also points to the mass surveillance of a marginalized group that's already under a lot of surveillance, again reflecting the whole neoliberal trend of state control, which also points to how mHealth is being in real world settings is being used by the state to perpetuate the neoliberal agenda of state control using technologies for surveillance under the guise of mHealth. Other issues that comes to light here is that of data privacy and confidentiality issues. Now, issues that often get hidden in the transformative narrative built around mHealth by the dominant literature. The literature that claims mHealth as being transformative, as empowering, but here we see how there are other concerns such as data privacy and confidentiality, because this vast amount of photographic evidence that is being circulated also includes a lot of sensitive patient information such as identity of the COVID-19 patients, because the ashas are required to go to the COVID-19 patient's house, send a photo of their of them distributing the medicine kit or monitoring the health of the patient, and send it to their supervisors. And it is particularly concerning in contexts like these where device sharing is a common practice. In fact, here the supervisors are also encouraging the asha workers to use other people's smartphones to perform the task, because the instruction is clear. Whether you borrow the money to buy a smartphone or use someone else's smartphone, but you have to get the work done. Now, it complicates the situation for the ASHA workers. For example, the ASHAs also told me that when they went to a COVID-19 patient's house, they would ask the patient's family member to take a photo of them distributing medicine kit or monitoring their health, and send it to their supervisors. Or when they saw a young boy or a girl with a smartphone in the village, they would call that person to take a photo and send it to the supervisors. So there's a lot of photographic evidence being circulated without any proper data security mechanism in place, which also exposes these ashas to further contact with COVID-19. While mHealth literature talks about mHealth tools reducing the contact with COVID-19, reducing exposure to COVID-19 through remote data collection. But here we see how these rudimentary practices of mHealth is actually exposing these marginalized workers to further COVID-19. Thirdly, the top-down mHealth initiatives here also disrupts the family life of ASHA workers. Now, it created tension between the dual caregiving roles. One, that of a community health volunteer who has the caregiving responsibility to the entire community, and also that of a mother, because ashas are also essentially mothers, and they have the caregiving responsibility to their own children, and they're pitted against their dual caregiving roles. Worth noting here is the dynamic interplay of structure and culture. Now, amidst the economic constraints that surrounding the Asha's lives, another layer of structural burden is added in the form of professional pressure to use a smartphone. In a resource-starved environment, the structures dictated Asha's understanding of motherhood that extended beyond the role, their regular nurturing role, to that of being a primary provider, which is usually a father in a rural conservative Indian community. But here, the structures dictated that their role shifted from being the regular nurturing role to that of a primary provider, because these ashas became the primary breadwinner during the COVID-19 pandemic. At the same time, they also articulated their identity as a mother in the form of a cultural expectation of being the sacrificing and adaptable member in the family. So forced to make difficult choices, ashas prioritize their children's need for a smartphone over their need, of course, in order to fulfill their parental obligation to provide their children with even the basic right to education. So they bought the phone for their children, but they asked their children for help whenever they needed. Now, while post-positivist research or expert-driven literature often tends to view this device sharing as a sign of their incapability or dependency, but worth noting here is the display of agency of these marginalized workers in prioritizing resources to access smartphone based on available resources in marginalized settings. So they're prioritizing resources based on the available resources that they have. Fourthly and lastly, amidst the structural challenges, Asha's reliance on their cultural ties as a source of agency challenges the prevailing notion of culture being a barrier to technology. Now, this is a dominant narrative in mHealth literature that tends to view culture as a barrier. But here we see it how my study helps to reconceptualize culture, which is an organizing feature in the rural life where these Asha workers operate. It sees culture as a facilitator rather than a barrier, as it enables Ashas to navigate and adapt to mHealth initiatives. So in conclusion, the CCA research underscores the importance of research methodologies grounded in context that centers the voices of marginalized groups such as Ashas in mHealth initiatives through dialogue, instead of treating them as passive recipients of top-down mHealth initiatives or culturally sensitive initiatives that which has been now proposed as an alternative to top-down approaches, where through participatory approaches, culturally sensitive initiatives or culturally sensitive messages are created. Now, remember, this approach also again turns these marginalized workers into passive recipients of culturally sensitive messages or culturally sensitive initiatives, rather than making them the decision makers or making them the co-producers of knowledge. Through dialogue with ashas, the study also, the narratives that emerge also challenge the dominant techno-optimistic assumptions of mHealth, assumptions such as ubiquity of smartphones, and also reveals the alternative meanings and uses of technology in marginalized contexts, which often gets erased in dominant literature. Thank you.
Do you have any questions from the floor?
Not question, I have a comment, because their working tool is mainly the smartphone, right?
Sorry?
A smartphone.
Yeah, they're unable to afford a smartphone.
But it is not provided by the government or any source.
No.
Then how can they work for the community without the smartphone? Because it is the main tool for them, right?
Right. So that's the whole challenge, and that's the main finding of my research, where the government or their immediate supervisors who are part of the government. So I think
Yeah.
I'm okay to say the government, they pressurize these ashas to use a smartphone, but
And
they
pressurize them to buy themselves.
to buy it themselves.
Themselves.
So that's the whole individualization of mHealth, where the state creates these initiatives but puts the responsibility to support the digital infrastructure on these workers,
Yeah.
which is not only unfair because they are already marginalized, given that the state just refuses to recognize them as employees.
Yeah.
It refuses to provide
And call them as a volunteer.
calls them as volunteers and refuses to compensate them fairly for their tasks, and they're overburdened. The structures create so many constraints within their lives, and yet they're pressurized to buy a smartphone. And also when they express their inability to buy a smartphone, the suggestions were like, use someone else's smartphone or borrow money, which also complicates the situation for the ASHA workers and also raises a lot of concerns such as data privacy and confidentiality, because we are talking about sensitive health information being circulated which also could expose this information to potential misuse.
Yeah. And that the time is during the COVID-19 period.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. That's an interesting thing, because during the COVID-19 period, they're asked to use someone else's smartphone. And some of the ashas also told me that when I went and asked someone, although this community was very supportive always, but during the COVID-19 pandemic, it's a completely different situation.
Scenario,
they
right?
are also seen as COVID-19 carriers because they work very in close proximity with the COVID-19 patients. So some of the ashas also told me that when they went and asked for help from the community members, they were scared to come near them or share their mobile phones with them. Yeah.
I was wondering if you had any recommendations, or like, where do you think, what do you think should be done with the information that you were able to gather during your research?
Right. My research, again, as it's underpinned by the CCA methodology, the policy recommendation, of course, I'm still creating, I'm building on it, but the main idea is when you're creating mHealth initiatives or any initiatives within the healthcare practice that directly impact these workers or any marginalized workers or people on the ground, without taking their voices into account, it not only of course leads to a lot of wastage of resources, creates more complicated situations, and often can lead to the failure of these initiatives, and also complicate the situation for these marginalized workers and erase the alternative uses of technology. Because in my study, I also found the ashas had access to low-end mobile phones, and they used it very creatively to perform a lot of critical tasks during the pandemic. Now, this is not part of the formal government initiatives, yet they're using mobile phones very creatively. Yet the government is imposing them to use smartphones without providing them, and it pushes them further to the margins because it complicates their personal life, their professional lives, and creates additional challenges for them, and their voices are not taken into account at all. Now here I would like to give an example. There was another study done in Uttar Pradesh, which is a richer and bigger state in India, where the government provided these ashas with mobile phones, low-end mobile phones, and asked because the government felt that the ashas are using mobile phones in the day-to-day life, so they provided the mobile phones. But here what happened was the ashas refused to use the smartphones, in fact gave away the mobile phones to their relatives and friends. Now the reason being the ashas in Uttar Pradesh had access to smartphones. It's a richer state, they had access to smartphones, they had more sophisticated features that they were using in their daily life, and they felt this low end phone was of no use to them because they were using smartphones for their work. So they not only gave away the phone, they refused to use it, which means the government's whole initiative, although it was done in a probably in a good intention, it led to the failure of this whole initiative, because again ashas were not involved in the decision making process. The top down, like the experts sitting at the top thought that okay, mobile phones, giving them mobile phones would solve the problem, but it clearly didn't, because the ground reality, the context was something else. This real world setting, the situation of these asha workers was something else. While in my context, in my study, they are pressurized to use a smartphone, they are not provided with a smartphone, and here they're struggling to find a smartphone, but they are clearly expressing a lot of eagerness to learn so that they can use it. And again, there is no support structures to to help them learn it, because I also learned from some of my ashas when I asked them that did they give you some kind of training were you told how to use a smartphone. They were like, no, we depended on our children to show us how to use it, or they gave us a brief talk, but I clearly could not understand what they were saying, because when I asked them questions, they told me, oh, go and ask your children or your partner or your supervisor. So clearly there's a lot of structural constraints and lack of support infrastructure, and the crux of the problem lies in their non-involvement, or in the decisions being taken by the experts without involving these marginalized,
context,
the local, the marginalized workers.
Yeah.
I think that's the solution that that my research underscores. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that, Samiksha. We are going to break for the afternoon, and we will be back at 1:30 this afternoon. So thank you very much, and stay tuned.
Yeah, so it's there.
Good afternoon, and welcome, Professor Dutta.
Kia ora koto. Thank you so much for joining this session. This is the last session of the ICA Care Hub. And true to the ideas of the hub, building connections across decolonizing registers, we have two awesome presentations, one from Bangladesh and one from Global South, that really invites us to consider the realm of the Pacific in conversation with Asia and looking at the interpenetrating flows of decolonizing ideas across the registers. Aminul is our first presenter. He is joining us from Bangladesh, Mohammad Aminul Islam, and he will talk about decolonizing healthcare from the perspective of indigeneity and indigenous health in the context of Bangladesh. So his paper is titled Decolonizing Healthcare Through Strengthening Health Literacy and Communication Skills Among Indigenous People, Healthcare Givers in Bangladesh. Welcome, Aminul. Lovely to have you here with us.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Doctor. It's really great to be here, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I'm going to talk about actually as the topic mentioned by Dr. Mohan Dotto. So before beginning my discussion, let us imagine that we are traveling to a remote village of Kerala of India or Chittagong of Bangladesh, and suddenly we are feeling sick. And the nearest, there is no the healthcare center or clinic or hospital or any paramedic nearby, and we don't know the language, and we the communication system is very difficult to go. So how will happen? Can you imagine? It will happen. It will take to us actually to the to our death. So this is how the experiences in most cases happen to the people, to the indigenous people who live in the remote places, because they don't and they cannot access to the healthcare center. Even as I was mentioning that we don't know the languages, as well as the doctors or the healthcare givers don't know the languages, our languages and our culture. So my discussion is about the it's a problem of the communications and literacy and the system and the structure. So before beginning my discussion, let me make it clear that it's my my child, a third child, and it's a very premature child. I'm here to get your feedback, to get your insight, so that I can make it more succinct, strong, and effective one. And I'm observing this experiences for the last actually 8 years at different healthcare centers and the medical college hospitals also, very unstructured way. But now I am working on this issue very in structured way. So this is not a full paper. This is very early early thought actually on this topic. So before explaining the deeper, let us try to understand what exactly who are indigenous people. So in a general definition, the oil accepted definition is that the indigenous people are the earliest known inhabitants of the country, of the land. But in the past few decades, they have been losing their lands, identities, culture, languages due to colonializations by a now dominant group of settlers. And if you have a global look in the look, then we can see that there are around 300 70 to 500 million indigenous people living different part of the world, and this number actually make up more than 6% of the all total population. And if we have a look in the Bangladesh scenario, we can find that there are more than 45 ethnic minorities. Have a look, and please pay attention in the word ethnic minority, because officially these populations are not recognized as indigenous in the constitution or in the any official documents. Instead, they are called as ethnic minorities. There's a politics, there's a structure, and there is a structural actually what should I call exclusionary mechanism is there by calling the ethnic minorities. So the populations, whatever maybe the official name will be in this discussion, will be knowing them as indigenous people. So this population live across the country in Bangladesh, as a plain land and highland, and they are only 2 to 5% of total population. So it's very interesting, and we must make it clear that this figure is not the conclusive or decisive, because there is no, even in the last first census of 2020, the figure has not been actually articulated properly. So if you try to understand the very notion of colonializations in the context of healthcare, so basically it is the practice of domination, the imposing control over body, mind, and expression through various structures, policies, and practices. So in this study, actually, I'll be investigating all the structures and the policies and the practices. In the healthcare centers, basically in the government healthcare centers, the physicians, I mentioned here, in broader term, I have to say the healthcare givers, serve the vested colonial interest, either consciously or unconsciously, because they are equipped with the westernized biomedical canons of thought and the content and the pedagogic the practices. So this sort of westernized thought, practices, content, and pedagogy, it leads to health disparity among indigenous people, and they face systematic oppression and substantial disparities, and a huge gap in accessing primary care and use of health resources, and as a result of this, they have the lower life expectancies and high prevalence of diseases and high disease burdens among them. So why it's not only the policy pedagogies and the healthcare givers, the practices and the structure. There are several other reasons. It's because there is high prevalence of low health literacy among the indigenous people, and there is poor communication between the healthcare providers and the people from the indigenous communities, and there's a lack of cultural sensitivity of the care providers. All this information I've got from the experiences and the existing literatures and personal interviews. So if you try to understand that the literacy is a bit tricky term, health literacy is a new term, it's a westernized word, and before understanding the health literacy, we have to understand what exactly literacy is. So it's a multifaceted and complex concept, and there are much debate and discussions about the notion, concept, definition, the measurement, and the importance of literacy since the early 20th century. So an individual, if he in the 21st century, individual must have a set of skills to sustain and function in a society. We must have that. And the literacy rate among the indigenous people in the country is very general literacy. When I mentioned the general literacy, So ability to read and write and other things. It's very low. So this skill set, including reading, writing, and basic math and comprehension and communication, it's a general term. But the traditional, if you have a look, the concept of the health literacy and the traditional literacy. So health issues are more complex than ever, and even individual with high level of traditional literacy face the difficulties in dealing with the issues, health issues that I was mentioning at the very beginning. That even with the people having high literacy without knowing the cultures, if the healthcare givers don't know our languages or culture, then will not get the appropriate health care, and it will lead to the high level of mortality. So health literacy is in academic discussion and debates, it's a relatively a new construct. And it has begun only in 70s in Western world, and the WHO defines the health literacy as the achievement of a level of knowledge and personal skills and confidence to take action to improve personal and community health both. Again, we have to keep in mind that personal and community health by changing personal lifestyle and the conditions. It is more than being able to read pamphlets and make questions. By improving people's access to health information and their capacity to use it effectively, it's related to the health literacy. So in this research, this is what I am planning to intend to understand and explore in the context of a country like a developing country like Bangladesh. So the Center for Diseases Control and Prevention of United States, it defines health literacy as a degree to which an individual has the capacity to obtain, to communicate, to process, and to understand basic health information and services to make appropriate health decisions. It's a very important question there. Appropriate health decisions. So people with low literacy, low economic status, they cannot access the health information and health resources. So this is how, as a colonial structure, it functions here. So in an integrated approach, there is so many approaches are there, but I am trying to understand the health literacy and literacy issues from a culture-centered approach. But if we have a look at the broader term, so health literacy is all about the knowledge of health, healthcare system, and its ability to process and use information in various formats, and the ability to maintain the health through self-management and working in partnership with the healthcare providers. So keep in mind, working in partnership with healthcare providers. That means ability to express my health concern and health issues properly with the healthcare givers or physicians or doctors or nurses and others. So a health literate person can understand his or her body well first and take care of physical and mental health and lead to healthy lifestyle and prevent diseases. Understand his body properly and access and navigate healthcare facilities properly and communicate with healthcare professionals such as doctors, nurses, and pharmacists appropriately. And access, obtain, and use health information using technologies such as mobile phone. It's another area of work. So, and they can make sure an appointment with primary care providers or specialists, and they can use the appointment slips, understand and act upon the prescription and or drug instructions. They are able to deal with the consent issues. So in the healthcare context, it's very important thing that the consent. In the context of Bangladesh, though it is not discussed or people are not aware, but I think throughout my project, this research project, I will be dealing with this among the people who are from actually subaltern margin and especially the indigenous people. So health literate people are able to calculate timing or doses of their medicines, and they can give appropriate opinion on health and environmental issues, and they can deal with the complicated verbal and written health information. They take medication correctly, and they can understand the medical levels and the prescription instructions, get vaccines, and regularly visit doctors and checkups and others. So if you have a look in the global context, the health literacy is very the level of health literacy. Even people with high level of traditional education is very poor. A study show that the 22% of people have basic and below level, and 14% of them have basic level health literacy in the United States. Even in another study, I found that the adequate health literacy ranges between only 5% to 73% in Latin American countries. And if I say 30% of adults population had low or inadequate health literacy in Taiwan, 79% of the population had weak literacy in Latvia. So there are also several other study in another study in Philippines. I found that 51.5% population of the country had limited health literacy. So it's clearly evident that the prevalence of low health literacy is a global phenomenon, and it's critical to public health concern and with special focus on the people of indigenous communities. So if you have a look in the South Asian context, we can find that the range between health literacy 1.6% to 99%, which means that average 55% of people in this region had limited health literacy. Only 31.5% people were health literate at a satisfactory level, while 30% had intermediate and 28.2% people had health literacy in Myanmar. So low health literacy among women compared to is highly prevalent compared to other Asian countries in Afghanistan. So if you have a look in the Bangladesh context, you can find that Bangladesh has achieved considerable success in various health sectors, such as birth control, infant mortality rates, diarrhea prevention. But very limited studies have examined the health literacy and the communication skill issues. So this is what actually my concern. So health literacy play an influential role in. I have found some of the studies that the health literacy play an influential role in women's choice of birth, mode of delivery, and others, and cesarean sections. So if you have a look at the poor health literacy regarding some of these studies, I found that there is a poor health literacy regarding medications and a moderate level of nutrition literacy. And the health literacy can play an influential role in tackling the problem of diarrhea and diabetes and other issues. So interestingly, there is no research directly health literacy in the nation level, and there is no research in the context of Bangladesh combining the literacy and communication of the healthcare giver. I have found some of the studies that mainly conducted in the Western or developed countries, not in the countries like Bangladesh. The communication skills of healthcare givers. So if communication skills of healthcare givers is highly associated with better health outcomes of the people, a better understanding of illness and self-management among patients, patient satisfaction with care, adherence to clinical recommendation or treatment, and increase trust in the healthcare system, which is very much important, because if you don't have trust in healthcare system, then you will not be actually accessing the existing healthcare services and the physicians. So this is a really big problem in the context of the country, even in Bangladesh. And communication skills of healthcare givers is also associated with engaging patients with the treatment decisions. It is another big issue. And diagnostic accuracy and medical errors, reduction of emotional or physical distress, and increased patient confidence and self-efficacy, symptoms reductions, and improved quality of life, and increased use of healthcare services. So increased use of healthcare services, because among the indigenous people, most of them, they don't don't access to the existing healthcare facilities. So it is another issue, and there is no actually appropriate research. So in this research, actually, I'm trying to understand this dynamics in the context of the country, and trying to develop an intervention to improve the health literacy and the communication skills. And I have found there are some previous intervention in most cases, community-based health literacy program, evidence-based policy and healthcare, and sustaining and promoting indigenous healing methods, and increasing the number of indigenous physicians and healthcare givers, and decolonizing medical curriculum. But most of the research have been done in the context of Australia, in the context of New Zealand, in the context of Latin American countries, but I didn't find any research or any interventions that can actually enhance the health literacy and communication skills together. So this is what I'm going to actually do. So if you have a look in the Bangladesh context, the experience of indigenous people with the existing healthcare system, I didn't find very so many researches, and there are the barrier to access to healthcare. There is no such researches, and the differences in construction and meaning of health between indigenous people and the healthcare providers. I didn't find any research on this in this area. So in this context, there is a need, immediate need for immediate actions, and that actions must be the developing and evidence-based participatory communication intervention for ethnic minority or indigenous people and the future doctors. And in this study, actually, I aim to write a new health narrative and build a community power to reclaim health and design a decolonial healthcare system and through these studies, not only this study, I aim to this is I mean from my personal context, because I worked on this issue for a long time. So I want to contribute to dismantle the oppressive practices in the healthcare system and to reduce the health disparity among the people from subaltern margin actually. So my objectives of the current study is to examine the meaning and the construction of health among the ethnic minorities, that is indigenous people and the healthcare providers in Bangladesh. And I want to document the communicative experiences of the indigenous people with healthcare providers at the government hospitals of the country. I also examine the mechanism of the structural patient and physician factors that cause disparities in terms of access to healthcare services and service use and health outcomes, and to build an experiment with the efficacy of a communication intervention to improve health literacy, referral practices, and communication skills and cultural sensitivity of the healthcare providers. So these are some of my research questions. What is the difference between the meaning and health among the subaltern margins, especially the indigenous people and healthcare providers? And what is the causal relationship between the providers' communication skills, passion, health literacy, and health disparity among ethnic minorities, that is indigenous people in Bangladesh? How do providers communicate skills, communication skills, cultural sensitivity, and passion health literacy affect disparity in the quality of care at the government hospitals in Bangladesh? And does the culturally tailored education interventions for providers and passion improve the quality of healthcare and reduce the disparity? So basically, my method would be I'll be conducting research, as I mentioned earlier, that the government hospital, Upazila health complexes, and the communities. And the study population would be the Santal people of, actually, finally, I didn't finalize, but I plan the Santals of North Bengal, Rakhines, and the Garos of Tangais or Manansings, Netrokonas, or Chakma Marma of Chittagong in the hill tracts. And I'll be conducting in-depth interviews with the healthcare providers and the study population. And I'll be also conducting the ethnographic observation in different terms, and analyze the critically hospital administrative data sets and healthcare policies. And this is, I'll be conducting this study in two phases. In the first phase, I'll examine the meaning, the construction of health among the ethnic minorities and healthcare providers, and document the communicative practices of the ethnic minorities with the healthcare providers and the government hospitals in the country, and the healthcare providers' perspective of giving treatment to the indigenous, because it should be the both, not single perspective. And I'll try to measure the therapeutical communication skills of the physicians of the selected healthcare centers and the health literacy among this study population. And in the second phase, I'll examine the efficacy of a communication intervention. I'll design and examine the intervention to improve the health literacy and examine the communication skills and cultural sensitivity for healthcare providers to understand the mechanism of the structural, patient, and clinician factors that cause disparities in terms of access to services, service use, and the outcomes. So basically, this study would contribute to document the prevalence and dimensions of health and healthcare disparity from a culture-centered approach. And it will also explore the mechanism of the disparity among the subaltern margins and design the evaluate interventions to reduce and eliminate the disparity and improve the quality of care for the people, for the indigenous people and those who are with communicative risk factors. So I'm at the end of this presentation. So basically, if I say that there is a poor health literacy and communication skills are a global health challenge, and as well as in Bangladesh, country like Bangladesh, and little empirical research has been done in the context of the developing country like Bangladesh. So this is what I'm going to do. That's all. Thank you. If you have any questions, comments, certainly I'm ready to get your comments.
I have a question.
Please.
Can you hear you?
Hmm?
Can you hear you? Yeah, yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, I have a question. As you are working with the indigenous people of Bangladesh, I am originally from Bangladesh. I am now doing PhD at this university. So I'd like to know who are the indigenous people of Bangladesh and how many groups are considered as indigenous people by the government or as per your assumption, and what do they live? And if you can mention what is the total number of indigenous people in Bangladesh, though you mentioned it is 2 to 5%. So what is the total number and what is the present condition?
Okay.
Do you have any idea?
Thank you,
In case
sir.
of health?
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. In the context of Bangladesh, as you know that the very constitution and the official definition, there is no, they don't consider the indigenous people as indigenous, they consider as ethnic minorities. And the figure of the ethnic minorities, officially, Bangladesh government says that there are 27 ethnic minorities, but right group says that it's more than 45, but there is no appropriate figure on this context. And the number, I apologize exactly, but it ranges between 1 to 2 to 5%, as I've got this information. And in most cases, as I mentioned in this my presentation, basically indigenous people will say Chakma, Manma, Tanjunga, the hill tribes, as you from Chittagong, as far as you know, and the people from Garos, and the place I'm living with so many Garos from the North Bengal, especially in Mymensingh and Netrokeonas and others. And Santal, I'm from Chapanagunda Rajshahi, and I was a student of Rajshahi University of Department of Mass Communication. So Santals, and there are some other people.
Okay, thank you for response. But I think if you think to work with the indigenous people, you have to fix which group you will work on. Okay, there are so many indigenous people in Bangladesh. Rakhine also indigenous, right? Sautal, Sandal in your area, they are also indigenous. So I think at first you have to fix in which group you will wish to work in future using the culture center approach. Okay, there are so many groups, indigenous groups. Thank you for the presentation.
I don't have a question, but just an observation. I'm a PhD student. Hello? Am I audible? Okay. I'm a PhD student at Massey as well, and I use culture-centered approach for my research as well. And I've... Is he frozen?
Can you hear us?
His video has paused, but I still think he can hear us.
Hello, Aminul, can you hear us? No.
Want to discuss?
Oh, he's dropped off.
He's dropped off, so it's fine.
Right, we're experiencing some technical difficulties alongside, but thank you very much for that presentation, and we will be back in a few short minutes. Thank you. Bye.
He's joining in again.
Cut. I've joined from a mobile phone.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We have another question from Samiksha.
Start again.
Yeah, hello. I'm a doctoral student at Massey as well, and I'm also using the CCA methodology for my research. And I have done a bit of, of course, Professor Tata has a lot of experience working with indigenous communities in India, but I have been fortunate to work with one of the indigenous communities in India as well. And it's not a question, just an observation, really, or maybe something that I would also be interested to know from your research. Like in my research, I found that, of course, the indigenous communities experienced a lot of challenges in accessing healthcare amidst the structural challenges that they have. And of course, there is this the whole colonial mindset of viewing indigenous communities as ignorant, or that kind of narrative is still being carried forward by the present day government, unfortunately, as well. But one interesting thing which I found in my research was the cultural practices that they have, and how relying on those cultural practices they were able to somewhat navigate the structural challenges. For example, by relying on the forest or relying on other cultural practices, they were able to survive during a pandemic when they were unable to access healthcare or employment and other challenges that they face. So it would be really interesting to know the cultural practices of indigenous community, cultural healthcare practices of indigenous communities in Bangladesh, not from a perspective of how we tend to see cultural practices as when they run counter to the Western idea, Western biomedical definition. We tend to see them as incorrect methods or wrong or something like that. But from my research, I've seen how cultural practices are actually holding these communities together and helping them navigate the structural challenges. So it would be really good to know how the cultural practices of indigenous communities in Bangladesh and like the whole how are they surviving, negotiating the structural challenges, how culture maybe plays a really maybe, I don't know, but would be interesting to know the cultural practices and how it helps them sustain through that. And also would be interesting because you are also interviewing the physicians, which is how they deal with how the physicians, how in their communication, how are they going to deal with alternative meanings and not impose the Western biomedical definitions, but how they deal with those alternative meanings. What is the whole what communication infrastructure is needed to deal with these situations when alternative meanings and biomedical definitions come face to face, and how does that impact really their health? And also you talked about examining the efficacy of the communication intervention. So from my bit of research on health or even healthcare practices, I kind of found it's kind of difficult to really measure the outcomes of health interventions. And whatever most of the studies that we have in health literature, which is mobile health literature, that's where my research is. Measuring efficacy has been a big challenge because of methodological problems and theoretical problems. So have you thought of how you're going to measure the efficacy of your intervention in terms of outcomes? Have you given it a thought, or have you yet? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Basically, as I mentioned earlier, it's very primary thought. So certainly, I'll be discussing with Dr. Datta, and we'll be strategize later. So I'm working on this idea. So I think that this sort of discussion should be. If you want to counter the existing the colonial system, so we have to build our some sort of system against the existing measurements. So all these discourses and discussions are dominated by the Western and colonial system. So we have to build. So I think that I can begin this sort of discussions and understanding in this context. So I didn't actually especially consciously think, but I'll be working on it, and certainly as I'll go forward, and it will be more clearer.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So as you mentioned, government does not recognize them as indigenous people. That's not the problem, because I am now working with the Rohingya people. Though government call them FD men, but definitely they are the refugees, right? So whatever government call them as ethnic minorities, that's not the problem. They are definitely the indigenous people of Bangladesh. So we can call them indigenous people. That's not the problem. So please go ahead. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Professor Datta has put his hand up.
Yeah, Professor.
Kia ora, Aminul. I loved your presentation and great questions, Mahbub and Samiksha. So I will ask just a few questions and points of conversation. One is in terms of the question of indigeneity and in a post-colonial context, right? Like India or Bangladesh, what do you understand or how do you define indigeneity, or who is indigenous in a post-colonial context? I would love to hear you walk through that a little bit, and then I will ask my follow-up question.
Thank you, Dr. Datta. Basically, the very concept of the indigenous or indigeneity in Bangladesh is very very it's a saturated thought, and there are very this sort of discussion in the I think that literature, existing literature or academic discussions is very very westernized. So post-colonial context, I'm not very actually aware of this discussions, but the people who are who are actually marginalized and in terms of their identities and in terms of their the land, their the people, the Santal communities, the people who are the Garos, and Hajongs, and other so many people are the people are there.
Beautiful. So right there you have something actually. So you can define indigeneity or being Adivasi, right, or Adibashi in Bangla in relationship to land and in relationship to, or within the context of the relationship of a community with land and the epistemology and ontology of land, if you will. Now, within that context, it really becomes important about in terms of how the state defines or doesn't define, or how it erases indigeneity, because the state as a hegemonic actor in that discursive space, its erasure of indigenous claims making works within a particular capitalist post-colonial narrative of development, right? Because to once it erases indigeneity or the basis of indigenous claim, it can articulate a monolithic idea of development and superimpose it on the discursive space, and it doesn't have to then talk about indigenous rights and think about the ways in which questions of land distribution and politics of land are tied to the indigenous identity. So it's really politically and structurally constituted in that sense, right? Um, so I guess going back to that question of relationship with land, you talked about the Chantals, for instance, or the Garo. In the context of Bangladesh and more broadly Bengal, I would say, the question of
Yeah.
indigeneity becomes really fraught, particularly vis-a-vis the broader context of the neighboring states. First of all, the boundaries between the West Bengal and Bangladesh, which is itself a colonial product, right? If you think
Yeah.
about partition is a direct product of colonial violence, but also then the ways in which the trope of indigeneity is mobilized in neighboring areas such as Assam, for instance, uh, to actually legitimize violence on Bengali people and particularly Bengali Muslim people, right? So the idea of indigeneity. So if you think about Assam, for instance, and the areas bordering Assam and Bangladesh, places like Sylhet, there are
Yeah.
places like Moimon for instance.
Yeah.
There, the notions of who is indigenous
Yeah.
is tied to ideas of land, but it is also deeply political because it is mobilized in particular ways. So I would love to hear from you how you work through, because you see here context becomes really important because indigeneity is a marker of marginalization within the broader context of Bangladeshi politics. At the same time, you just go a little bit, you move and you move to Assam, the notion of indigeneity is mobilized for fascist hate politics to disenfranchise Bengali Muslims and to place them in concentration camps or in detention centers, right? So I would love for you to really attend and think through this complexity of the idea of indigeneity, both as an anchor for mobilizing for land rights and for the rights of indigenous peoples, and at the same time recognizing the power of indigeneity as a trope in organizing fascist politics.
Richard.
I think I lost Aminul again, right?
He's there. You need
He's
to. You need to.
Aminul, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Electricity is back. That's fine. Sorry. Yes, doctor. Can
So
you hear
did
me?
you hear? So what I said is that I would love for you to talk a little bit about this complexity of the idea of indigeneity vis-a-vis
Yes.
how it gets mobilized in different contexts of that region, Bengal, what is Bangladesh, what is West Bengal, what is Assam, both as an organizing feature for indigenous rights and simultaneously as a feature of fascist marginalization of Bengali Muslims.
Yeah. 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 I've taken notes. I think I'll be working on this. As I mentioned earlier, that this is a very primary thought. So I'm working seriously on this topic and trying to actually concretely understand the dynamics of indigeneity. So in the context of, I'm using as the health as a lens.
Right. And one last point I wanted to sort of highlight, of course, is that, how does one as a Bengali of privilege, and particularly, if you think about the interpolation of caste, how does
Yes.
one as a caste privileged academic, be it Hindu or Muslim, we know that
Yes, sir.
caste plays out within Bengali society, right? So
Yes.
how does one as a caste privileged academic engage the question of indigeneity?
Yes.
Where does one recognize one's own privilege, and how do you work through that?
Yeah. Yeah. Certainly. Certainly, I'll do that.
Sure. Thank you so much. Really loved your presentation.
Thank you, Doctor.
Are there any questions from the audience?
No more. Not anymore.
Very good, Professor. We are going to wrap up for this session. We're going to take a 5-minute break and just change over, and we'll be back online shortly. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
sounds good. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Professor.
Bye.
Very good, Professor. We are up and running, so we were ready to introduce the next section, and whenever you're ready.
Kia ora koto, lovely to have you with us, Priyanka. Welcome to CARE and to this ICA hub. So our next presenter is Priyanka Srivastava. She is joining us from India, and her presentation is titled The Dalit, Bahujan and Adivasi Web, Mapping Authenticity in Knowledge and Experiences of Caste in Online Spaces. Welcome, Priyanka.
Thank you, Professor Datta, for that welcome, and hello to everyone. I am Priyanka Srivastava, and this paper is titled The Dalit, Bahujan and Adivasi Web, Mapping Authenticity in Knowledge and Experiences of Caste in Online Spaces. This paper was conceptualized for the escalator session. However, that could not work out, and now I'm happy to present it here. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because this is a work in progress, and it still needs a lot of refinement. I hope I will be able to do this after this presentation. And one other thing, I do not have a slide to share. I'm sorry for that. I hope that will not detract from the experience of this presentation. I will try and be as articulate as is possible. So I'll begin by introducing the Dalit community in India. The Hindu Varna system divides people into 4 broad categories, depending upon degrees of ritualistic purity or pollution associated with them. The first
Right, it looks like we may have lost Priyanka. So we might be coming back to Priyanka, are you there with us? You're back with us?
I am. Am I audible?
Very good. Yes, and your video is not frozen anymore, so we will pass it back to you. Yes, thank you.
Okay. So the second Varna is the Kshatriya, and they are the ruling or the martial class. Then we have the Vaishyas, who are the trading community. And the fourth Varna is that of the Shudra, who were known as the servant community that performed menial tasks for the other communities. Outside of the 4 Varnas were the people who were variously called as Atishudras or Achut, which means untouchable. This community was considered as the most polluted one as they performed the most menial tasks that involved disposing of dead animals, dead people, cleaning toilets, and other jobs that other communities wouldn't do. Traditionally, Dalits were denied education and the right to hold property of any kind. By the time of India's independence in 1947, a majority of the Dalits were illiterate and extremely
Okay, we're sorry about that. We're just experiencing some technical difficulties overseas. And look like we have Priyanka back. So whenever you're ready.
Okay, so as I was saying, that although the Constitution of India abolished the practice of untouchability in 1950, the stigma of caste and the social structure of caste-based distribution of power and privilege continued. However, it is important to bear in mind that a small section of the Dalit community had managed to avail the opportunity for education under the British imperial rule. And the community was further enabled in its pursuit of education by the reservation policy of the Government of India, which was formally adopted by the Constitution in 1950. Therefore, the few decades after India's independence in 1947 saw the emergence of a small but professionally trained Dalit men and much fewer women who were poised to utilize the resulting professional and economic opportunities in ways like their more privileged contemporaries from the upper.
Very good. We're just experiencing some more technical difficulties. We'll have Priyanka back in just a few moments.
I think I can be heard again now.
You back, Priyanka?
Yeah. Am I audible?
You are audible. Thank you very much. Yep. So please continue. Thank you.
Okay. So the first phase is that of the first generation Dalit users of the internet who were the pioneers in using the medium to advance the case for the human rights of the Dalit community of India on various international bodies and forums. They were instrumental in making the world understand that the problem of caste discrimination overwhelmingly was a part of the the problem of caste discrimination in India was actually a global human rights problem. Now, many of these
Experiencing some further technical difficulties. We will see if Priyanka could maybe check on. Will be with us in just a few moments. Yep. Very good.
Yeah, I'm sorry
Priyanka,
about
can you
this.
hear
I
us?
don't know. Yeah.
That's all right. Can you join from your phone, maybe?
I have actually joined from my tablet to ensure that this problem does not happen.
All right. Very good. Okay. Yeah, your picture's frozen up, but we're still getting audio from you. So
Shall I turn off my video? Maybe that will help.
yeah, that might help. We'll go ahead go with that.
Okay. So my contention is that Dalits with stakes in transnational networks, that is Dalit diaspora, students who travel across national boundaries for higher education, and professionals in search of better opportunities. By their very plurality of experiences, they have helped adapt and move ideas and processes across networks and platforms to create additional dimensions to the existing epistemic life of their knowledge system. Now, this is illustrated very well by the role that the transnational Dalit networks of the second generation users of the internet are playing. Their engagement with the cyberspace has gone much beyond the mere advocacy phase of the previous generation. The second generation of the Dalit internet users are attempting something much more fundamental, with varying degrees of success, which is to reach
Hopefully, we'll have Priyanka back in just a few moments. So please stand by.
I hope I can be heard again.
Still have you. Just please continue at your earliest convenience.
So my primary data set has come from the online and the offline work done by Dalit campaigns and organizations like Whose Knowledge, Equality Labs, Project Mukti, and the Dalit History Month. Activists such as Sangapalli Aruna, Mari Zwek Maitri, and Thenmori Soundarya Rajan are important names engaged in this work. While Sangapalli Aruna was born and bred in India, Mari Zwek Maitri and Thenmori Soundarya Rajan belong to the Dalit diaspora from the United States of America. Aruna is the executive director of Project Mukti and works with the Dalit, Bahujan, Adivasi, and Muslim communities for expanding digital literacy within these communities. Zwik Maitri and Soundarya Rajan are associated with the Equality Labs as research director and executive director, respectively.
Just experiencing some technical difficulties. We'll be back with Priyanka in just one moment.
Okay, so Equality Labs is a South Asian technology organization dedicated to ending caste apartheid, gender-based violence, Islamophobia, white supremacy, and religious intolerance. One of the major interventions made by the above organizations and activists was in Wikipedia. Wikipedia was an important intervention for them because it is usually the most popular free resource for preliminary introduction to any subject. Now, Wikipedia has three core policies on content, and all three of them directly or indirectly lead us to similar models of selection and rejection that are a part of the larger schema of defining authentic knowledge. The three core principles of policies on content in Wikipedia refer to one, neutral point of view, two, verifiability, and third one, no original research.
We're just experiencing some difficulties. We'll be back with Priyanka in just a few moments. We're just experiencing some further technical difficulties. Just waiting on Priyanka to come back. Just stand by for that.
Hello, everyone. Sorry about the technical difficulties, but thank you, everyone, for joining in. It was a jam-packed 2-day session, and we had so many insightful presentations, and I hope you all enjoyed it as well. This was the ICA Pacific Hub, ICA 2023 Pacific Hub, organized by the Center for Culture-Centered Approach to Research and Evaluation. And if in case you missed out our sessions, you can watch the recorded version on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.